What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak, back at it again for a little bit of Theology Thursdays. And just as I say that, my Bluetooth headphones go out of battery. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let me play the clip.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back.
We're back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, picking up from Exodus chapter 27 is where we're going to be starting. As I continue to wait for my Bluetooth headphones are not connecting. Oh my god. One of those days. It's just one of those days where it's not going right. I was fucking up everything I was trying to explain in terms of the debate and all that kind of stuff. But I understand Easy's position. It's like, why are you fucking saying God and all this kind of stuff, and you're not going to liturgy, all this kind of stuff? So I can understand Easy's position on it as well. I don't mean any offense, you know what I mean? Like, supreme being is undeniable. You know what I mean? Because they even have that concept, you know? But like I said, the people like Tyler, because like I was able to follow along with what Zerka was saying, and I think Premonition's critique is that like he uses these words, and I'm typically guilty of it as well, where like I'm using the words that I've read, but I'm not able to explain it in a simple manner for the audience. And I think that's another thing that gets lost when you're in a debate. You're so focused on trying to get like the 100% like right words or the technical words and all this kind of stuff, and it just gets lost in the sauce kind of thing. But I think the skill or the art form to it is being able to take it, the complexity to it, and simplify it down in the correct way, of course, without any meaning being lost for the audience, you know? So like there's that aspect. And then I think that last comment that, well, not the last, the very last comment, but one of the last comments that like Tyler was talking about, where it's like, oh, there's certain things in the Bible that if you're to read them, you'll turn you atheist. And it's this whole thing of like, if it was just, like I tried to do with the Quentin Tarantino example, where it's like Quentin Tarantino had white people call black people N-words. Does that mean that Quentin Tarantino's racist? Like, no, exactly. So just because there's like a particular line in the movie, it doesn't mean that that's the director's or the actor's like true intent. And I forgot to pin the links in the other chat as well. Oh mon dieu. Oh mon dieu. We're in scramble mode, as they say, you know. But pin the links on the L Rumble, and then we pin the links on the L Twitch. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let me catch up in chat as well. Un momento, por favore. We got the goal there. We're on the live chat. We got all the good stuff's going, all this kind of stuff. So welcome in. We got Halfwood in chat. Welcome in, sir. We got Darth. Welcome in, sir. We got Bad Cramps Gramps as well. Yep, I got my coffee now as well, you know. We got James saying, yo, Teriak, Gramps, Darth, and Halfwood. My man. We got Darth giving the salutes as well. Welcome in, sir. We got Jariah saying, hey, Teriak and chat. My nephew just got married last week. Beautiful ceremony. Excellent after party. Hey, my man. Shout out. That's what you love to see, you know. And actually, I have my Word War debate tomorrow / later on today, and it's going to be about the feminisms. Is feminism helping modern day relationships? And I have something diabolical planned, and it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one, but I don't know what way it works in terms of like the voting and when they actually release the clip and all that kind of stuff. So it is what it is. And hey, Alama, congrats, 100%, congrats and blessings. Love to hear it. You love to hear it. Welcome in, Blueberry. Welcome in. You totally rocked that debate. Bates World there. Oh yeah. Well, like I said, It is what it is. It is what it is. I try to give my 2 cents, but what I always say, folks, please be patient. My mom took the Tylenol, okay? I'll get there eventually. Never argue with God. That's the whole. Never argue with God. That's the whole Old Testament. No, like think about Abraham. He went out of his way to argue with God. He was like, I'm gonna nuke Sodom and Gomorrah. And then Abraham was like, yo, bruh, what if there's like 50 righteous men? You're gonna take out the 50 righteous men as well? That doesn't seem too righteous, you know? And then they basically get down to, I think, like 10 or 1, you know? Want to watch it? I have to replay 100%, 100%. We got section 230 as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. And we got the easy raid. Let me play the new raid clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming, and big shout out to Easy. Thank you very kindly for the raid and for the show as well. I do love those debates. And it's kind of ironic that it was 2 atheists, debating about God. But I think that's a sign of the times. I genuinely think that's a sign of the times where all of a sudden this whole thing, if it's cool to be edgy and atheist, all this kind of stuff, that's going to be a thing of the past, you know? And also because it's easy, got to make sure that we keep things logical, and who better else to teach us about the laws of logic than our boy Speaky.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude.
Anyways.
I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want
bro.
to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. From my boy Speakeasy. And also, Shante saying gays, days, and Triniac. Unbelievable. See you, Shante. See you. Welcome in, Shante. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that like button as well, because it's free. Free, you know? It is what it is, section. It is what it is, you know? Sample Turner Chaos as well. Salutes to you, sir. We got Sheldon as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in, Sheldon. Welcome in, Shante. And also, the Speakeasy merch. Make sure you get your stuff, because like I said, there's limited time. It's a limited time for some of the stuff, so either be there or be square, ladies and gentlemen, okay? There's the link right there. But you are saying, thank you, Teriak. They honeymooning in the Dominican Republic. He keeps finding pirates. Ah, man. Like I said, there's no better kind of aspect to get a bit of sun, you know, just kind of like sit out on the old lawn chair and all this stuff, maybe by the pool and just relax, you know, enjoy yourselves, you know? Beautiful thing. It used to be you go to Paris, but not anymore. Not anymore, to say the least, as well. Do not come. I'm going to come. Exactly. Thank you all for coming in. We're going to be getting into chapter 27 of Exodus, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you get comfy. Also, welcome in, Ferrer. Welcome in, sir. Salutes to you, too. But before we begin, speaking about Sodom and Gomorrah, I don't know if he's the scene, but Trump he ain't playing games no more. Look at this. This just came up on my feed. Holy! You think, oh damn, like this is heavy fire. Wait till you see it.
Whoa.
Like what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not what? I mean, taking no prisoners, to say the least, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, on to the good stuff. I think everybody should read. Let me know if you can't read or if you can't see it. I think this is the prime position, as they say. He said, whoa. Yeah, exactly. You know, there's no more messing around. Like, listen, like for the past, month or so, or a month or two, been like, okay, we'll try to negotiate all this kind of stuff. But when you're taking the piss, you're taking the piss. You know what I mean? America, you know? He couldn't even remember to speak. I'm pretty sure he said Allah, you know? He didn't say Alhamdulillah, though. He didn't say Alhamdulillah. I can't read, but that's normal. Hey, it is what it is. Same here, Shante. Same here. I'm just guessing at what the words are, you know? But anyways, Wait, did we not do the tabernacle? Well, sure, we'll go through it anyways, because I think we had like a whole video of like what it actually looks like and all this kind of stuff as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Chapter 27, from the altar. Now you shall make an altar of incorruptible wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. The altar shall be square, and its height shall be 3 cubits. You shall make its horns on its 4 corners, and its horns shall be of one piece with it, and you shall overlay it with bronze. Also, you shall make a crown around the altar and its cover, its libation bowls, its flesh hooks, its incense bowl, and all its utensils you shall make of bronze. You shall make a grate for it, a network of bronze, and on the network you shall make 4 bronze rings and its 4 corners. You shall put them below the grate on the grate of the altar, that the grate may be midway up the altar. You shall make poles for the altar of incorruptible wood and overlay them with bronze. The poles shall be put in the rings, and the poles shall be on the 2 sides of the altar to carry it. You shall make it hollow with the boards, as it was shown to you on the mountain. So shall you make it. And then the court of the tabernacle. You shall also make a court for the tabernacle. For the west side, there should be hangings for the court made of fine woven linen, 100 cubits long for one side, and its 20 posts, and their 20 bases shall be bronze. The hooks of the posts and their bands shall be silver. Likewise, along the east side shall be curtains 100 cubits in length, with its 20 posts and their 20 bases of bronze, and the hooks of the posts and their bands of silver. And along the width of the court on the north side shall be curtains of 50 cubits, with their 10 posts and 10 bases. The width of the court on the south shall be curtains of 50 cubits, with their 10 posts and 10 bases. The length of the curtains on one side shall be 50 cubits, with their 3 posts and 3 bases. On the other side shall be curtains of 15 cubits, with their 3 posts and 3 bases. For the gate of the court, there should be a veil 20 cubits long, woven of blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and fine woven linen made by a weaver. It shall have 4 posts and 4 bases. All of the posts around the court should be overlaid with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their bases of bronze. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits on each side, the width 50 on each side, and the height of 5 cubits, made of fine woven linen, and its bases of bronze. All the utensils, all the instruments, and all the pegs of the court shall be bronze. So, a thing here is like this whole aspect of like the blue and the scarlet, right? Because like purple typically denotes royalty and stuff like that. It's like one of those royal colors and all that stuff. I don't know if this was like a worldwide thing or anything like that, but I know at least in terms of like Ireland and England, you weren't allowed to wear purple because that was supposed to be reserved for royalty. But if you look at like scarlet, like meaning red and blue, it's like that's on all of our flags as well. You know, think of the French flag, think of the English flag, or the Union Jack, I should say. Think of the American flag. It's all red, white, and blue. You know, the lighted lamp. You shall always also command the children of Israel to bring you pure oil of pressed olives for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually in the tabernacle of testimony, outside the veil before the testimony. Aaron and his sons shall tend it from evening until morning before the Lord. It shall be an ordinance forever to their generations on behalf of the children of Israel. The priest's vestments. Now take Aaron your brother and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, that Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar may minister to me. Then you shall make a holy garment for Aaron your brother, for honor and glory. So you shall speak to all who are wise and understanding, whom I filled with the spirit of wisdom and perception, so they may make Aaron's holy vestments for the sanctuary, in which he shall minister to me as priest. These are the garments they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, a full-length robe for skillfully woven tunic with fringe, a turban, and a sash. So they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons. so they may minister to me as priests. They shall take the gold, blue, purple, and scarlet fabric and fine linen. And they shall make the ephod of fine spun linen, the woven work of a designer. 2 parts of the ephod. Ephod? Is it ephod or ephod? I think it's ephod. The ephod shall be joined together, attached at their 2 hems. The woven joining of the ephod, which is on it, shall be the same workmanship, made of pure gold and blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and fine woven linen. Then you shall take 2 stones, emeralds, and engrave on them the names of the sons of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and 6 of their names on the other stone, in the order of their birth. With the work of the stones, engravers' arts, the engraving of a seal, you shall engrave the 2 stones with the names of the sons of Israel. You shall put the 2 stones on the shoulders of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel. So Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord on his 2 shoulders as memorial. You shall also make bosses of gold, and you shall make 2 fringes of pure gold intermixed with flowers, a braided work, and fasten the braided fringes to the bosses on the shoulder of the bands in the front. Then we have the breastplate here, and then we have some basically some descriptions here as well. But it's interesting to note as well, like they have like gold, silver, bronze, fine fabrics, linens, and all this kind of stuff. You know, very interesting note as well. We got Jariah with the $2 says IKEA instructions of the covenant. But no, like this is the whole aspect of the Bible as well, where it's like you're literally kind of it's like an instruction manual. It's like history, instruction manual, like technologies, and all this, like all woven into one book. You know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like, oh, we're just going to do like a compilation of like all these short stories. Like no. Like this was like people. This is the one thing that like atheists will never deal with. I don't even think like atheist is even like the word at this stage. It's more so like the anti-Christians. Is that like people have literally given their life for this book. You know what I mean? And this is like the example I was trying to give. Like if we were to go back 2,000-3,000 years ago, right? We had all the materials like to make a Tesla or to make a car, right? But what was missing was the intelligence, or like the intelligence actually acting on the material or acting on the physical. And that's what I'm trying to give in terms of like that picture of like what God is. You know what I mean? But difficult when like they have this like this spaghetti monster or whatever the like insults they tried to throw, or like the BG Jesus or like some dude like surfing on a cloud kind of thing, you know? But that's what makes this such a remarkable thing, because it's like it's an instruction manual as well as history, as well as proverbs, like and wisdom and philosophy. You know what I mean? It's all in one. It's an all in one, you know? Rise White House plans for the ballroom. Maybe. These stereo instructions is confusing. Unbelievable. I love the memes though. I love the memes. I'm being sarcastic, but it's but sacred. It's true. Purple, yes, royalty, cause the dyes were expensive. Red, blue, green. You could local source it. You know, like that's what they do. Like BG Jesus, flying spaghetti monster. You know, some dude floating on a cloud, kind of thing. Like it's. Like that's what I'm trying to do in that kind of like analogy or that example of like if you were to go back in time and to create a car or to create a plane, like you have all the materials. You know what I mean? And as we see through this, it's like they're able to make stuff. They're able to use like metallurgy and they're able to like make breastplates and all this kind of stuff. But it was that intellect or like, for lack of a better word, like creativity, you know, to actually put it in or to bring it into existence. You know what I mean? So I need to work on that actually. I need to work on on like a better way to run that argument, because I think I'm onto something there in terms of being able to kind of like at least describe what I picture God as, or trying to describe God as. Because this whole thing of BG Jesus or Flying Spaghetti Monster or whatever the fuck, it's put like a corrupted image in their head, and they will not engage because of this corrupted image, essentially. You know what I mean? But if you're able to fix that image, if you're able to purify it, then you have a chance, you know? Atheists just riding on inventions religious people kept alive. Most scientific inventions came from believers and something left them. But even like with science, like science can't explain morality. So there's a massive problem with this whole like religion versus science thing, you know? Because like we've seen what happens when like science goes immoral, you know? Think of the camps, like the experimentation that was done in the camps. Think of the Operation Bluebird, MK Ultra. You know what I mean? You cannot have unchained, what would be the word? Like unchained progress. You cannot have this thing with like no limits. Because like that's how you end up with like Bonnie Blue and the Golden Shower. That's how you end up, like even see with like the AI and all the stuff, where it's like we need to slow this down. We need to make sure that we just don't like let this thing run rampant, and then all of a sudden, like there's mass unemployment, riding on the streets, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? I'm still searching for my flying travel in the Bible. Still searching for flying travel. Oh yeah, I get you. We got Damage Inc. as well. Welcome in. Good morning. Pull up a chair, get comfy, sir. And unchecked, yeah, unchecked, or boundless or unbounded progress. Like there has to be some sort of border or limit to it, because otherwise shit gets crazy and out of hand, you know. But the breastplate, you shall make the oracle of judgment. Artistically woven according to the style of the ephod, you shall make it of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet fabric and fine spun linen. You shall make it. It shall be doubled into a square. A span shall be its length, and a span its width. Interwoven into this texture shall be a setting for 4 rows of stone. There should be a row for a sardius, a topaz, and an emerald. So we even had gems and all this kind of stuff as well. This should be the first row. Second row should be a carbuncle, a sapphire, and a jasper. The third row, a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a crystallite, beryl, and an onyx. They should be set in gold settings, bound together with gold, according to their row. The stone shall have the names of the sons of Israel, 12 according to their names, as the engravings of seals, each one with its own name. They shall be according to the 12 tribes. You shall make chains for the oracle, a braided work of pure gold. Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel upon the oracle of judgment on his breast, as a memorial before God for him as he goes into the sanctuary. You shall put fringes upon the oracle of judgment and the wreaths on both sides of the oracle. You shall put the 2 bosses on both shoulders of the ephod in the front. You shall put the revelation and the truth on the oracle of judgment, which will be on the breast of Aaron when he enters the holy place in the Lord's presence, and on the breast of Aaron, and on his breast Aaron will discern the judgments for the children of Israel at all times. And again, like this is the whole thing of like setting out the kind of like environment, and then I'm pretty sure like after this we kind of get into the rituals and how you actually it's a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty. It's the only way to kind of like describe it, where it's kind of, you have like the histories, and then when we got to this point, like this is basically when we started doing like the ceremonies and the rituals and the practices and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And when you think about like why think about like your routine, or like what we call like our morning ritual, you know? Telling you, man. real quick as well. Checks and balances, 100%. You know, that's why the American government, former government with the House of Representatives, the Senate, the presidency, the judiciary, you know, all balancing each other. You know, perfectly balanced. All things should be. I say we rename breastfeeding plates to hard titty protectors. No, breastplate. You know, it goes on your breast, and it's basically plate. It's like a metal plate. You know. Breastfeed. I meant breastplates. Okay. It is what it is. Morning. Good to see you, sir. Jane, good morning. Thanks for having me. Man, pull up a chair, get comfy. The Hebrew word for priest is Kohen. He is the Levite who stood as intercessor for the people of God. People before God. Old Testament priests offered up gifts and sacrifice to the Lord on behalf of the people that they might be reconciled to him. The Lord directed Moses. By the way, this is like the notes because this is the Orthodox Study Bible. So this is like the context and all this kind of stuff. The Lord directed Moses to construct the tabernacle in the previous chapters and verses. Then he established a permanent hereditary priesthood, beginning with Moses' brother Aaron and continuing through Aaron's sons. Priests were sanctified or consecrated. Oh, those are beautiful words. Sanctified. Wait. Oh, no. No, what did I do? Oh, wait. I only skipped forward a little bit, I think. All right. But sanctified, consecrated, like that, I love those words. With holy oil. Their holy garments of finely woven and richly decorated material were for the honor and glory of God. After Aaron's death, the Lord separated the tribe of Levi, Aaron's tribe, to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, stand before the Lord, to minister to him, and to bless his name. Beside the various sacrifices, the priests blessed the people, maintained the tabernacle and its grounds, received tithes and offerings, supervised purification procedures, acted as judges, and taught the law. Only male Levites administered the liturgical rites based. And then the New Testament priests, from the Christian perspective, the authority of the Levitical priesthood ended with Christ willingly offered himself up to the Father as a perfect sacrifice on the cross, typified by the curtain being torn asunder in the temple. Orthodox Christians believe the priesthood of the church is Christ's priesthood, with the Eucharist as the first fruit offering. Concerning the Eucharist, St. John Chrysostom notes, it is not men who sanctify this offering, it is the same one who sanctified the first one in the Last Supper, who also sanctifies this one. Christ even now is present and even now acts. In the Divine Liturgy, the celebrant prays, thou thyself art the one who offers and is offered, who accepts and is distributed. The Church retains the male priesthood because the man Christ Jesus, the Son of God, officiates at every Eucharistic service in and throughout his bishops, priests, and deacons. The clergy do not serve in the place of Christ, rather Christ himself serves in them. St. John Chrysostom marvels at how fearful and awe-inspiring symbols of the Levitical priest are now outshone by a splendor greater still, namely the New Covenant priesthood. He writes, when you see the Lord sacrificed and lying before you, and the priest standing over the sacrifice and praying, and all who partake being instilled with that precious blood, can you think that you are still among men and still standing on earth? Are you not at once transported to heaven? Man, that's beautiful imagery. Did you ever like this whole aspect of like where your mind wanders? Like you hear, oh man. Like when you hear like some people when they're doing this whole like the Coomer pod and all this kind of shit, you're just like, bro, you're in hell. Like your mind is in hell, you know? Are you not at once transported to heaven? Can you think that you are still among men and still standing on earth? Are you not at once transported to heaven? Bellissimo. Bellissimo. He who sits above with the Father is at that moment held in our hands and gives himself to those who wish to clasp and embrace him. How great is the honor how great is the honor which the grace of the Spirit has bestowed on priests. While the ordained priesthood serves on behalf of all, every believer, baptized and anointed, is a member of God's royal priesthood. This priestly calling of all believers is foretold in Exodus 19:6. You shall be to me a royal priesthood and a holy nation, and finds its fulfillment in the church, the new Israel. You are a royal priesthood, a holy nation. Thus, all Christians are called to offer all of our creation back to God with praise and thanksgiving, and in his work, man and creation become ever more reconciled with God. Beautiful stuff. My mind wanders a lot. What if trees could use heavy artificial? This guy, unbelievable. But like, it is the aspect, like, you know, like, where does your mind go? I mean, like, the other way I always take the piss out of darts. And I say, darts, where does your mind go? You know what I mean? But it's like, that's what Jim Bob was telling to me in the debate. When I was like, why do I need to go to liturgy? And he was like, just go to liturgy, and then you'll understand. Like, this whole aspect of, like, there's some things, like, there's some, like, especially some experiences that you just simply cannot explain. You know what I mean? And is that, oh man, is that not evidence of the divine? And it's something that you can't, it's not something that, like, you can, like, force someone into. It needs to be like a willing experience. I'm telling you, there's something to there's a reason why they do the rituals and the ceremonies in a certain way and all this kind of thing, you know? I don't know, guys. There'll be something to it. Other priestly garments. To go underneath the ephod, you shall make a full-length robe entirely blue. In the middle of it, there should be an opening for the head, the collar bordered in sheepskin, a woven piece. The hem shall be interwoven with the rest to prevent ripping. Beneath the border of the robe, you shall make knobs of a flowering pomegranate constructed of blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, and fine spun linen all around the hem of the garment. Hanging from each golden knob will be a flower-shaped bell all around the hem of the garment. Its sound will be heard when Aaron is serving as a priest, entering and leaving the holy place before the Lord, that he not die. You shall also make a plate of pure gold, and as the inscription of a seal, engrave on it, Holiness of the Lord. You shall put it on a blue cord, and it shall be on a turban. It shall be on the front of the turban. So it shall be on Aaron's forehead. Aaron shall take away the defilements of the holy things which the children of Israel might dedicate after every gift of holy things. It shall always be on Aaron's forehead to make them acceptable before the Lord. The appointments of the robes you shall make of linen. You shall make the turban. You shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make a sash of woven work. Aaron's sons you shall make robes and sashes for them, and turbans you shall make for them for honor and glory. So you shall put them on Aaron your brother and on his sons with him. You shall anoint them, consecrate their hands, and sanctify them, so they may minister to me as priests. You shall make for them trousers to cover their naked skin from loin to thigh. Thus Aaron and his sons shall wear them when they come into the tabernacle of testimony, when they come near the altar of the holy place to minister as priests, so they not bring guilt upon themselves so as to die. It shall be an ordinance forever to him as his seed after him. Bellissimo. It's even just like the imagery of like what they're designing, why they're designing it that way, you know? Lamb and mulberry trees and many birds, bombs away. What can I say? What can I say? When God made us in his image, was it imagination? Gold is important, blue dye considered holy because of the sky. That's what I'm saying in terms of the imagery. Like the red for the blood. You know? And even just like this whole aspect of like technically your blood is blue. You know? I think when it oxidizes, it turns blue or something like that. Because when you look at like your veins, for example, in your arms, like your veins are all blue, and it's only when when it's not oxidized, I think, or something like that. It's only when like it comes out that it's actually red. You know? So is there some of that stuff going on? Because like even like the description of the like the different metals and all this kind of like the gems that they were using as well, you know, like these like that to me indicates it's a specific kind of peoples, you know, it's like fundamentally like this is not some like ignorance kind of like going on and all this kind of stuff, and like this is why I hate again. It gets portrayed that like, oh, like this book is just all fairy tales apparently and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That to me is the most disingenuous kind of crediting to like this thing. And again, the way like we seen it from Tyler just there, where he was basically like, oh yeah, you know, if you read the Bible, it actually turns you atheist. Excuse me? The fuck did you just say? You know? Oh shit, one sec, boys. There's someone at the door and I'm home alone. So, un momento. I'm gonna play a bit of the extra music. The epic music. So I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I do profoundly apologize for that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this Grift Break timer. And then we're just going to go straight through to the next one. So I'm going to set the next one for basically about 3 hours. Where are we at? Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so make up for that little hamperance, we're not going to do the first grift break. Basically, we're just going to say that we took that grift breaker. I forgot even to put the banner off. Unbelievable, Tarek. What are you doing? Please be patient. My mom took the time. Also, okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. We have what? Rip Teriak lost the intruders. They ain't got me yet. They ain't got me yet. Okay, the Globus ain't got me. You know. Let's get this party started. Hey, my man. Blue blood is a myth, but why are my veins blue? Or are you telling me my veins shouldn't be blue? Going on. No lead in our Zeppelin. It is what it is. Home Alone, set the traps. What can I say? Open the doors and turn out the lights. It's in there like ragu. It is what it is. We got Blue Aquatag as well. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Does Ireland smell different today? Yeah. That was a crazy question from Jack yesterday. What does Ireland smell like? You know? It depends. Depends where you're at, you know? If you're out like at the ocean, like a nice cool breeze, all that kind of stuff. If you're on the farmland, probably smells like manure, you know? Oxidized means rust when its oxygen hits the iron in the blood. Okay. We're learning new things every day. Teriak, it has something to do with the cells that make up the vein. Okay. In a nitrogen environment, blue would be blue. Sorry, blue would be blue. Blood would be blue. Okay. So something I was always kind of like wondering about, you know? But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to it. Aaron and his sons consecrated as priests. Now, this is what you shall do to them to consecrate them for ministering to me as priests. Serve me in the priesthood. Take 1 young bull and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened loaves kneaded with oil, and unleavened cakes anointed with oil. You shall make them of wheat flour. You shall put them in one basket and bring them in the basket with the young bull and the 2 rams. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the doors of the tabernacle of testimony and wash them with water. Then, taking the garments, you shall dress Aaron your brother with the cloak, the ephod, the full-length robe, and the oracle, and you shall attach the oracle on the ephod for him. You shall put on the mitre on his head, and the sanctified golden plate on the mitre. You shall take the anointing oil, pour it on his head, and anoint him. Then you shall bring his sons and put the robes on them. You shall gird them with sashes, Aaron and his sons, and crest them with turbans. Their priesthood to me shall be for a continual ordinance. You shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. You shall also have the young bull brought before the tabernacle of testimony, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the young bull before the Lord at the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. Then you shall kill the young bull before the Lord at the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. You shall take some of the blood of the young bull and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood inside the base of the altar. You shall take all the fat that covers the entrails, the fatty lobe attached to the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat on them, and burn them on the altar. But the flesh of the young bull, with its skin and offal, you shall burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the ram. And you shall kill the ram and take its blood and sprinkle it all around the altar. Then you shall cut the ram in pieces, wash its entrails and legs, and put them with its pieces and its head. You shall offer the whole of the ram on the altar. It is a whole burnt offering to the Lord for a sweet aroma, an offering of incense to the Lord. You shall also take the 2nd ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands on the head of the ram. Then you shall kill the ram, and take some of its blood and put it on the tip of Aaron's right earlobe, on the thumb of his right hand, on the big toe of his right foot, and on the earlobes of his sons, on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. You shall take some of the blood on the altar and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aaron and his robe, on his sons, and on his sons' robes with him, and he and his garments shall be sanctified, and his sons' garments with him. But the blood of the ram you shall pour all around on the altar. You'll also take the fat of the ram and the fat that covers the entrails, the fatty lobe attached to the liver, 2 kidneys, and the fat on them, the right thigh, for it is a ram of consecration, and 1 loaf of bread, 1 unleavened cake from the basket of unleavened bread set before the Lord. And you shall put all these things in the hands of Aaron and in the hands of his sons, and you shall set them aside as a separate offering before the Lord. You shall receive them from their hands and offer them on the altar as a whole burnt offering, as a sweet aroma before the Lord. It is an offering to the Lord. Then you shall take the breast from the ram of Aaron's consecration and set it aside before the Lord. It shall be your portion. You shall sanctify the reserved breast on the shoulder that was lifted, both that which was reserved and that which was lifted from the ram of consecration, both Aaron's portion and that of his sons. It shall be for Aaron and his sons an ordinance forever among the children of Israel, for it shall be a special offering from the children of Israel, their peace offerings, a special offering to the Lord. Moreover, Aaron's holy garment of the sanctuary shall be his sons after him, be anointed and consecrated in them. That son who succeeds him as priest shall be put them on for 7 days when he enters the tabernacle of testimony to minister in holy place. To then take the ram of consecration and boil its flesh in the holy place. Then Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread in the basket by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. They shall eat those things by which they were sanctified to consecrate their hands. But an outsider shall not eat them, because they are holy. If any of the flesh of the consecration offerings or of the loaves remain until the morning, you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. Thus you shall do for Aaron and his sons according to all I have commanded you. 7 days you shall consecrate their hands. You shall sacrifice a young calf for the sin offering on the day of purification. You shall purify the altar when you perform a consecration on it, and anoint it so as to sanctify it. 7 days shall purify the altar and sanctify it, and the altar shall be the most holy. Whatever touches the altar will be holy. A lot of stuff there. What do we think? Iron carries oxygen. True that. Fascinating that we produce so much nitrogen and urea. True that. Derek, you got red and white blood cells. If anything, your blood is more pinkish while it's flowing through you, and it becomes more red outside the body. Fair point. Okay, I always wondered why they have wheat and oil. That's at least 15 years in one spot. Hey, mama. Crazy nitrogen and ammonia are toxic, yet we produce it. Yeah, but it's like in trade, like too much of one thing. Like if you drink too much water, you would drown. Or it's too much. Like too much of anything can become a toxicity. It's also interesting. This all happened during the age of Aries, the ram. Jesus was the changing of the age of Pisces fish. And then you have Jesus and the fisherman. He fed like thousands of people with just like a loaf of bread and a fish. What is the purpose of reading this portion? Just wondering. So it's basically like the whole thing here, Southern, is I want to do it like literally cover to cover. That like everything is covered. You know what I mean? That I've literally said I've literally read the Bible cover to cover. Because a lot of these like atheists will say, or will claim, I've read the Bible cover to cover, and that's what made me atheist or some crazy shit like that. So like I want to be able to say, okay, let's talk about, Exodus 29. All right, what do you think about when they're talking about the rams and the whole practice of sanctifying an altar and all this kind of stuff, And they were like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, because I guarantee you didn't read it cover to cover, But that's not going to be me, boys. That's not going to be me. But the reason why I'm doing this is just to show you, like, in terms of why would they do such a thing, Like, what was the aspect here? in terms of like why like why is it particularly like a bull and a ram? You know? And the whole thing of like even particular parts of the body where they're talking about like the only the right toe and like the basis the right side of the body that he's like sanctifying. And was there something maybe like medicinal or something like to that in terms of like, you know, bull's blood is like particularly kind of like useful in terms of preventing certain things and all this kind of stuff going on, you know? Was there something more to this than just, okay, this is just a particular thing about bulls or whatever, you know? It's interesting, particularly because it names specific parts of the animal and say include the fat into it and all this kind of stuff, you know? And when it's saying it's holy, like it's basically suggesting that it's important, all this kind of stuff. Have you read the New Testament? I've read bits and pieces, like certain kind of like things from the Bible even before all this and all this kind of thing. But I basically want to say like I'm going to read it like cover to cover. So like everything is like I can literally say honestly like I've and have it streamed as well. I've literally read it and all this kind of stuff, you know. Reading the words, not understanding the message. That's why I'm like, in terms of like, what is your interpretation or what is the interpretation of this specific aspect? You know, it was a reflection of the sacrifice Jesus made. He was the perfect and final sacrifice. You should start with the new, in my opinion. What? That makes no sense, Sutherman. Then it's like we're jumping into to Jesus, and then we're not talking about any of the Old Testament, and then any of the callbacks to the Old Testament. No, I'm going to continue on with what we're doing here. Why would they then just jump in like from the middle of this? You know, daily offerings. Now, this is what you shall offer on the altar: 2 unblemished lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer in the evening. The 1 lamb shall be 1/10 of a measure of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of pressed oil, 1/4 of a hin of wine, as a drink offering. Get the similar kind of thing. The other lamb you shall offer in the evening as at the morning offering, and according to the drink offering of the morning lamb. You shall offer it as a sacrifice, a sweet aroma to the Lord. This shall be a continual sacrifice throughout your generations at the doors of the tabernacle of testimony before the Lord, where I will be known to you to speak to you. There I shall give directions to the children of Israel, and I shall be sanctified in my glory. So I sanctify the tabernacle of testimony and the altar. I will also consecrate both Aaron and his sons to minister to me as priests. I will be called upon among the children of Israel and will be their God. They shall know I am the Lord their God, who brought them up out of the land of Egypt, to be called upon among them and to be their God. Okay, I hear you. Yeah, well, we want to do like chronological, you know? Old Testament God is just testing. Then New Testament realized humans need easy mode, in my opinion. What? Old Testament is God just testing them. New Testament realized humans need easy mode. What does that mean? It's like we have like Book of Proverbs, and then like we have Jesus doing Proverbs as well. Fucking who? Yeah, it still doesn't make sense. It is what it is. It is what it is. But welcome in, Tiny. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Talking about like daily offerings, sanctifying and consecrating the altar. The tabernacle. We're in the tabernacle at the moment, Tiny. Which would be a great name for a bar, I'm not going to lie. Now you shall make the altar of incense of incorruptible wood. You shall make it a cubit in length and a cubit in width. It shall be square, and 2 cubits shall be its height. Horn shall be one piece with it. You shall overlay its grating, its sides all around, and its horns with pure gold. And you shall make for it a rim of gold all around. 2 gold rings you shall make for it under the molded rim on both its sides. You shall place them on its 2 sides, and they will be holders for the poles with which to bear it. You shall make the poles of incorruptible wood and overlay them with gold. You shall put it before the veil that is before the ark of the testimonies, where I will make myself known to you. Aaron shall burn on it fine compounded incense every morning. When he tends the lamps, he shall burn incense on it. When Aaron lights the lamps in the evening, he shall burn incense on it, perpetual incense before the Lord throughout your generations. You shall not offer strange incense on it, or an offering made by fire, or a sacrifice, nor shall you pour a drink offering on it. Now Aaron shall make the atonement upon its horns once a year, purging it with the blood of purification through your generations. It is the most holy to the Lord. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I think like there's something to it in terms of like the particular blood used, or the particular like incenses that's being used. You know? Like, I think there's like what we would call like something scientific to it. Like I think there's a reason why they're like specifically outlining certain stuff here, you know? Always a good time to be here. Ooh, the tabernacle. Exactly, the tabernacle, you know? A gaming reference, legit God sent the Savior because we kept fucking up, if that makes sense. Yeah, but don't worry, we're going to be getting to the New Testament, you know? Save the best for last, as they say, you know? It was for atonement to show submission and devotion. Many groups of people throughout history have practiced ritual sacrifice to symbolize meaning in the culture. Yeah, like, that's another thing in terms of like the rituals, ceremonies, practices, and all this kind of stuff, you know? Tarek, was the river argument you made essentially identity equals nature? No, like when we talk about the first law of logic, the reason why that's like unchanging, like why that's such an important thing. Like I was pointing to like the law of gravity, because like they, again, like especially when you're talking to atheists and stuff, like they're doing the whole like, oh, like my science and all this kind of shit. It's like, okay, I'm gonna like talk in their language, so to speak. And we say it's like, does the law of gravity ever change? You know what I mean? Like, why is that a significant thing? The fact that it does not change, because everything in reality does change. You know? And that's what I was, but again, like I said, please be patient with Mom took Tylenol. There's a better way to go about it. And I think I was starting to get there with that example of, if you go back thousands of years ago, we had all the resources available to build a car, but we didn't build a car. It was only until you know, we got to a profound level of intelligence or intellect. Sorry, no, intelligence is a better word. Like intelligence to actually then bring it into existence. And that's what I'm trying to point out or trying to explain to atheists in terms of this aspect of God. Like, God is not this kind of thing of like, you know, a bearded dude like surfing on a cloud kind of thing, you know? Scapegoating and performative ritual is still much in use today. Good point. But I mean, even like the pagans, all this kind of stuff had aspects of that, you know? Sometimes it's just because God said so. I don't know, man. Like, I would say it's like, it's reason. And like, when you say it's because God said so, like, what is the justification? Because when you say because God said so, like, how is God telling you? And if you're to say, well, like, I can hear God, that's a pretty bold claim to make, And that's why I say it's like in terms of like reason, like in terms of like logic and empirical, the reasonable and the practical. It goes hand in hand. Water runs downhill. Well, it hardly runs uphill. Yeah. It does change though. The law of gravity changes. Like the formula for gravity, how you work out gravity for a particular region or zone, that never changes. So then, yeah, that's why I asked, because the river changes, but its nature is still the same. Yeah, like the definition or what we're defining as that particular river is not going to change. But based on the definition of a river, because it flows, it's in constant change. Because it's describing something in reality, whatever phenomenon we're talking about. Right? Like anything that's in motion cannot all of a sudden, if it's in constant motion, because the motion is constant, it's constantly changing. So then it cannot be unchanged. Or, become what would be the word, like fixed or static. You know what I mean? Technological knowledge was stacked from basic knowledge, took fathers' teachings, their sons over generations. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, like in terms of like intelligence. It wasn't until like the intelligence got to a particular level and was then able to bring that into being. Is justification. The words you're reading are the words of God. Now, I think we have to wait till we get to Job before I can kind of give that, but I don't think we'll get there today. But when we get the book of Job, this is the whole aspect of like Israel, like a key thing that I keep highlighting is that like Israel means to wrestle with God. Right? And this is why, like, I always say God is reason. Jesus walks on water, changed gravity. It is what it is, Southern man. It is what it is. Exactitary act of ocean without humility is incredibly deceptive. But I mean, that's when you point back to the likes of Socrates and why the oracle said the wisest man in all of Greece, or Helios, is Socrates, because like he doesn't have that that arrogance or whatever. Like Socrates says, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. That mentality is that like the humble mentality where it's like you can always learn more, like that you'll never know everything. Why kind of like I wouldn't say like understanding paradox, but being able to work with paradoxes is a key thing. At least for me, in my humble opinion, Gifts of money. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, when you take the census of the children of Israel for their number, then every man shall give a ransom for his soul to the Lord, so there may be no plague among them when you number them. This is what everyone among those who are numbered shall give. Half a drachma, according to the drachma of the sanctuary. A drachma is 20 obols. The half of drachma shall be an offering to the Lord. Everyone included among those who are numbered, 20 years old and above, shall give an offering to the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a drachma. When you give an offering to the Lord, make an atonement for your souls. So take the money of the offering to the children of Israel and give it for the service of the tabernacle of testimony, that it may be a memorial for the children of Israel before the Lord to make an atonement for your souls. You know? And this is the whole thing where I just think about the whole kind of like anarcho-capitalism thing, where like people genuinely believe it's like, oh no, like we won't have like a community and like we can just all go about ourselves. But then what's going to unify the community? And when you have a community, like there's going to be, you know, like certain communal things. Like think of like the roads, you know, the infrastructure, the military. You know what I mean? All of that like is energy. So biblical, you know. There needs to be some sort of tithe. I think it's like when we get later into it, it's kind of like 10%. You know? A laver of bronze. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, you shall also make a layer of bronze, or a laver of bronze, with its base also of bronze for washing. You shall put it in. You shall put it between the tabernacle of testimony and the altar. You shall put water in it, for Aaron and his son shall wash their hands and feet, water from it. When they go into the tabernacle of testimony, they shall wash with water, lest they die, or when they come near the altar to minister and to offer whole burnt offerings to the Lord. So they shall wash their hands and feet with water when they go into the tabernacle of testimony, lest they die. It shall be an ordinance forever to them, for him and his genealogy after him. Holy oil for anointing. Furthermore, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, also take for yourself aromatic spices, for the flour of costly myrrh, 500 shekels worth, and fragrant cinnamon, half as much, 250 and 250 shekels of sweet-smelling calamus, and 500 shekels of cassia, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, and a hin of olive oil. You shall make from these a holy anointing oil, an ointment compounded according to the art of the perfumer. It shall be a holy anointing oil. With it you shall anoint the tabernacle of testimony and the ark of the tabernacle of testimony, and the table and all its utensils, and the lampstand and its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of whole burnt offerings with all its utensils, and the table and all its utensils, and the laver and its base. You shall sanctify them so that they may be most holy. Whatever touches them will be holy. You shall anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them so they may minister to me as priests. You shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, this shall be a holy anointing oil throughout your generations. It shall not be poured on man's flesh, nor shall you make anything like it according to its composition. It is holy, and it shall be holy to you. Whoever compounds any like it, or whoever puts any of it on an outsider, shall be cut off from his people. That one, they're pretty serious about that one as well, you know. Incense. And then the Lord said to Moses, take sweet spices, dakte, and onycha, and sweet galabum, and pure frankincense. And that's where I have like frankincense, myrrh. Down yet. We're what's the word? We're hinting at a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Yeah, I'm just saying, a lot of commonalities here. There shall be equal amounts of each. You shall make of these perfumed incense a compound according to the art of the perfumer, mixed, pure, and holy. And you shall beat some of it very fine, and put some of it before the testimonies in the tabernacle of testimony, where I will make myself known to you. It shall be a most holy incense to you. You shall not make any for yourselves according to this composition. It shall be to you a holy thing for the Lord. Whoever makes anything like it to smell it, he may be cut off from his people. Foreshadowing, that's the word. That's the word. Job will explain a lot. Oh, let me tell you, Job is one of the best books ever written. Hands down, you know. The burning of Library of Alexandria set us back 3,000 years intellectually. True. think it was something like crazy of like 90, like 95% or something in around that number of information just gone. You know? Chad, Pythagoras creating Greek fire. Socrates, I know nothing. Socrates, though, bigger influence in history. Well, like this is the whole kind of thing between Socrates and Plato. Like the reason why Socrates, Socratic method, and all that kind of stuff is so prominent is because of Plato and the profound influence that he had on Plato. So is it Socrates that was influential, or was it Plato? You know, and like that's where you have like the debate. Yup, God set up a kingdom for the Jews. True that. Energy is only as powerful as those that can utilize it. Well, it was just sludge till Rockefeller made an empire out of it. True that. And that's where it's like the intellect, the knowledge, and the understanding of like the value and all that kind of thing to it, you know? Hinting at trade, frankincense, and myrrh used a lot in funeral rituals. Dahlia and Samson incoming. Down you, man. Down you. Craftsmen to build the tabernacle. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, See, I've called my name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, and the son of the tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the divine spirit of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, and in every manner of workmanship. Design artistic works, to work in gold, silver, and bronze, in cutting jewels for setting, in carving wood, and to work in every manner of workmanship. Indeed, I've appointed with him Aholiab, the son of Asamach, the tribe of Dan, and I have put understanding in the hearts of all who are gifted artisans, so they may make all I command you, the tabernacle of testimony, the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat on it, and all the utensils of the tabernacle, the altars and the table and its utensils, the pure gold lampstand with all its utensils, and the laver and its base, the liturgical garments for Aaron and the garments of his sons to minister to me as priests, and the anointing oil and the compound incense for the holy place, according to all I've commanded you, they shall do. Keeping the Sabbath. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses. One sec, we got Darth with the one gift of membership. Shout out to you, sir. Who was the lucky individual? ZT Den. Congratulations, ZT Den. You have our boy Darth to thank for that one. Appreciate you very kindly, Darth. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, You shall direct the children of Israel, saying, See to it that you keep my Sabbaths. For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know I am the Lord who sanctifies you. You shall keep the Sabbaths, because this is holy for you to the Lord. Everyone who profanes it shall be put to death. For whoever works on it, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Works shall be done for 6 days, but the seventh is the Sabbath, a holy rest to the Lord. Whoever works on the seventh day shall be put to death. Therefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbaths, to observe them throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord created the heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he ceased and rested. So when he made an end of speaking with Moses on Mount Sinai, he gave him 2 tablets of testimony, tablets of stone, written with the finger of God. And then and now it's like I said, like that's basically like the with manuscripts. One sec. Let me make sure I'm using that word correctly. Manuscript meaning. No, a manuscript wouldn't be an accurate word. Like all that we written previously is like this is like all the stuff. So he's basically given all the law. He's given like the moral codes, and like not only that, but he's also given like this is the actual blueprints, for lack of a better word, how you need to design the tabernacle. Here's the rituals and ceremonies and practices. Here's how you sanctify them and consecrate the ground and make sure that it's done properly and all this kind of stuff. Here's the certain perfumes, here's the certain metals and all this kind of stuff as well, So now we're back into kind of the back and forth with the peoples and all this kind of stuff. So, sorry for being so mean to you, Darth. I'm an ass. Hey, bro, it's iron sharpens iron. Am I right? Manscripts, misogyny much? I know, Troy. I know. What can I say? Absolute mahoganies.
That is mahogany.
But hey, we don't really give a fuck about mahoganies around here. You know what I'm saying? We like to say it the way it is. This whole thing of like that's mahogany or that's misandry or whatever. If it's true, then it's true. It is what it is. You were mean? I didn't take it that way. See? That's what I'm saying, man. Iron sharpens iron, baby. Because again, like this whole thing of like everybody wants to be the nice guy. Well, not everybody, but like this whole kind of illusion that we see in modern day, where it's like you should be a nice guy. But if everybody's nice to each other, then that's going to open the door to to lying, like the whole like when your wife says, "My butt look big" or whatever, and you lie and say, if she likes big butts, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, of course, it is big" or whatever. Or if she doesn't like having a big butt, it'd be like, "Oh no, of course it's not," all that kind of stuff. You're then lying. I'd rather a great way to test whether or not someone is your friend, because that's why I think having friends is an important thing, but you have to be confident that your boys are going to call you out when you're wrong. And equally, that there's other people that will constantly be calling you out, even when you're doing stuff right. They're calling you out, and that's the opposite aspect of this as well. But in those moments where you're genuinely fucking up, you don't want the yes man. You want someone that will actually give you fair and reasonable criticism. And that person is actually someone who's one of your boys. And this whole aspect of what is courage? Courage is that perfect middle ground between cowardice and foolishness. You know what I mean? Cowardice is you've completely overthought the situation and you're so afraid of the bad thing happening and all this kind of stuff that you go to inaction. Foolishness is you're just all action, you're not even thinking about it whatsoever. But courage is that I know the consequences, but I'm also willing to take the action to prevent said consequences. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of like dynamic where it's if you've got a guy that no matter what you do, they're always cheerleading for you and saying, "Yeah, you go, you're king," all this kind of stuff. Yes. And then on the opposite side to that, you have someone that even when you're doing the right thing, they're saying that you're doing the wrong thing and constantly putting you down, all this kind of stuff. Your boys should be that perfect middle ground. That's when you are genuinely fucking up, they're calling you out. But when you are actually doing something right, they're giving you credit for it and they're congratulating you and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Exactly, Dry. There's fun ribbon from friends, then there's bro, you done fucked up. But the golden calf, oof. This is speaking about calling out or holding people accountable, Now when the people saw that Moses delayed coming down from the mountain, people gathered against Aaron and said to him, "Rise up and make us gods, so we should go Rise up and make us gods that shall go before us. As for Moses, the man who brought us from the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron then said to them, remove the golden earrings in the ears of your wives and your daughters and bring them to me. So all the people removed the golden earrings in their ears and brought them to Aaron. He received them from their hands, and he fashioned them with an engraving tool and made a molten calf. Then he said, these are your gods, O Israel, that brought you out of the land of Egypt. So when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. Aaron then made a proclamation and said, tomorrow is a feast of the Lord. Thus he rose early the next day and offered whole burnt offerings and peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. The Lord said to Moses, go quickly, get down from here, for your people whom you brought out of the land of Egypt are transgressing the law. They turned aside quickly from the way I commanded them. They made themselves a calf and are worshipping and sacrificing to it, and are saying, these are your gods, O Israel, that brought you out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore let me be, that I may burn in wrath against them and consume them. Then I will make of you a great nation. But Moses prayed before the Lord God and said, why, O Lord, does your wrath burn hot against your people, from whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians speak and say, he brought them out with evil intent, to kill them in the mountains and to consume them in the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath and be merciful to the wickedness of your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, your servants, to whom you swore by yourself and said to them, I will greatly multiply your seed as the stars of the heaven for multitude, and all this land I spoke about to give their seed. They shall inherit unto the ages. So the Lord granted mercy for the harm he said he would do to his people. And again, this is the same thing coming up again. God's like, wipe him out. And Moses, again, to wrestle with God, to reason. It's like, why would we do all this to bring them out into the outer land of Egypt, into the desert, into Exodus, you know? And then we're just going to wipe them out. How is that reasonable? And this is where it's like you have to wrestle with it to get to the truth, you know? Then Moses turned and went down from the mountain, the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands. There were stone tablets written on both sides, one on one side and one on the other. Now the tablets were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God engraved on the tablets. When Joshua therefore heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said to Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp. Moses says, it is not the noise that began the battle, nor of those that began the cry of defeat, the noise of those that began the banquet of wine that I hear. So it was, as soon as he came near the camp, he saw the calf and the dancing. Thus Moses became very angry, and he cast the 2 tablets out of his hands and broke them at the foot of the mountain. Then he took the calf they had made, burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder. And he scattered it to the water and made the children of Israel drink it. Moses then spoke to Aaron, what did these people do to you that you brought so great a sin upon them? Aaron replied, do not be angry, my lord. You know how impulsive this people is. For they said to me, make us gods that shall go before us, as for this man Moses, who brought us out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. So I said to them, whoever has any gold, let them remove it. Thus they gave it to me, and I cast it into the fire, and this calf came out. Now when Moses saw the people were scattered, for Aaron scattered them, making them prey to their enemies, Moses then stood in the entrance of the camp and said, whoever is on the Lord's side, come to me. So all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together to him. He said to them, thus says the Lord God of Israel, let every man put his sword on his side and go in and out from the entrance to entrance throughout the camp, and let every man kill his brother, every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. So the sons of Levi did as Moses said to them, and about 3,000 men of the people fell that day. Then Moses said, you filled your hands to the Lord today, each one on his son or brother, that blessing be given to you. Now it came to pass on the next day that Moses said to the people, you committed a great sin, so now I'll go up to the Lord to make atonement for your sin. Then Moses returned to the Lord and said, I pray, O Lord, these people have committed a great sin and have made for themselves a god of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, forgive it, but if not, blot me out of the book you have written. Then the Lord said to Moses, whoever sins against me, I will blot him out of my book. Now, therefore, go down and lead the people to the place of which I spoke to you. Behold, my angel shall go before your face. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will strike them for their sin. So the Lord struck the people for making the calf which Aaron made. Telling you, man. Because this whole aspect where, like, basically, God said, where is it? They burn wrath against them and consume them. Like, God basically wanted to wipe them all out. And then when Moses came back, he was like, listen, anybody who stands with me and stands with the God of Israel, let it be clear right now. And basically Levi and his tribe was like, yeah, we still stand with you. But everyone else was like, nah, like, this is the golden calf, whatever. And, like, can't save everybody. Can't save everybody. This part, I wonder about the slaves got too comfortable and wanted to settle where they shouldn't. Moses, I just talked with God. You know how hard that is. You threw a party. Wait, keep saying my name. I don't think anyone said your name. It's people losing their way in the desert, understandable though. But like but that's why I keep trying to tell everybody. You know, you're not going to be able to save everybody. You cannot reason with unreasonable people. Like the whole, like Belfast is a perfect example. Like this whole thing of like, oh, if maybe we just make you know, the right argument to these politicians, then they'll finally wake up and they'll stop like opening up the borders to the immigrants. There is no argument you can make. Like another example is like Breaking Bad. When Walter's standing there with Hank. And Walter's still trying to make a deal with the crazy dude. And Hank just like looks up at him and he's like, Walter, what? This dude has already made his mind up. You're not going to make an argument for this dude to spare my life. You know? You said my name, Terry. What's up? What? What? Now that's interesting. Did it sound deeper and older? I'm confused here, fellas. I'm confuzzled. All right, one sec. Let me go back to see if I missed something. Yeah, I don't think there's nothing I missed. I'm confused. Anyways, let's keep going. God orders Israel to depart Sinai. Now the Lord said to Moses, depart, go up from here, and you and the people you brought out of the land of Egypt to the land I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, to your seed I will give it. I will send my angel before your face, and I will drive out the Amorite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Girgazite, and the Hivite, the Jebusite, and the Canaanite. I will bring you into a land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in your midst, lest I consume you on the way, for you are a stiff-necked people. When the people heard this bad news, they mourned in lamentations. For the Lord said to the children of Israel, you are stiff-necked people. Beware lest I infect another plague on you and consume you. Now therefore, take off your bright clothes and ornaments, and I will show you what I will do. The children of Israel stripped themselves on the bright clothes and ornaments by Mount Horeb. You gotta wear dark clothes. Again, to use the Belfast example, you need dark clothing, you know, you need the old balaclavas. Shit's about to get real, you know. Moses and this whole thing of like God doing all the stuff for you. You got to do this stuff yourself. You know. Moses before the Lord. Moses then took his tent and pitched it outside the camp, far from the camp, and called it a tabernacle of testimony. Thus it came to pass that everyone who sought the Lord went out to the tabernacle of testimony, which was outside the camp. So it was, whenever Moses went out to the tabernacle, which was outside the camp, all the people rose, and each man stood at his tent door and watched Moses until he went into the tabernacle. Now it came to pass when Moses entered the tabernacle that the pillar of cloud descended. And this is this whole aspect, the pillar of cloud, okay, descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and God talked to Moses. All the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose and worshipped, each man at his tent door. Thus the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. Then he would return to the camp, but his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, did not depart from the tabernacle. Thus the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. That's a very interesting line. Pillar of cloud. And then the Lord spoke to Moses face to face. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Is your name biblical? Yes, it is. I had a tribe at one point. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Uriah might be them. Teriak doesn't know. Yes, God, save yourselves. I've given you the path to follow it. It is hard. Yeah. And like I said, not to keep hammering on about Belfast, but it's the same thing. No one is coming to save you. It is up for you to save yourself. You know? God gave you reason in order to reason everything out, but it's up to you to make the choice. You know? Just imagine Moses trying to get a cell phone signal. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? God promises his presence. Then Moses said to the Lord, behold, you say to me, bring up this people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you above all, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray, if I have found grace in your sight, reveal yourself to me, that I may see you clearly and find grace in your sight, and you know this great nation is your people. So he said, I myself will go before you and give you rest. Then he said to him, if you yourself do not go up with us, do not bring us up from here. For how then will it be known that your people and I found grace in your sight, except you go with us? So both I and your people shall be glorified beyond all the nations on the earth. The Lord then said to Moses, I will also do this thing you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you above all. Moses replied, reveal yourself to me. Then God said, I will pass before you in my glory, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, before you. I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. But he said, you cannot see my face, for no man can see my face and live. Moreover, the Lord said, here is my place by me, you shall stand on the rock. So it shall be, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. Then I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back. My face shall not be seen. What I was saying. Just the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, and he's saying, you're not able to see my face. Any thoughts, chat? Any thoughts? Cannot see my face. No man can see my face and live. Thus the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. I'm thinking maybe that's something like where it's like he spoke to him as like an equal. That makes no sense because you're then saying that you're equal to God, which makes no sense. Yeah, that one's throwing me for a loop. Yeah, I don't have anything for that. I'm literally stuck on that one. They say he appeared as an angel. Doesn't say angel. Thus the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to a friend. Then he would not return to the camp. The servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, did not depart from the tabernacle. Moses said to the Lord, behold, you say to me, reveal yourself to me. Then God said, I'll pass you before my glory, proclaim my name. The Lord before you, I have mercy. Shall be, but my face shall not be seen. What's up? What's up, Tyler? Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. Currently, we're dealing with this. Basically, God comes down the pillar of cloud, goes into the tabernacle with Moses, and it says, thus the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. Then when basically God promises his presence, but you'll only see my back, but my face shall not be seen. I'm trying to think, is this something got to do with like reason? Or dealing with the unknown? Because like bear in mind, like they're prepping like battle plans. Because like they have to wipe out what is it, like 4 different tribes? No, more. Oh, sorry. I will send my angel before your face. Then it said the Lord spoke face to face. Ah. I will send my angel before your face, and I will drive out the Amorite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got to wipe out 7 tribes. You know? Got to get the old balaclavas out, so to speak. You know what I mean? From that point on, life is unknown. Yeah, because, like, you can have a reasonable battle plan, but you won't know for certain that it's going to work. You can have faith that it will work. But you cannot know that it will work. So is it something like that? That you can plan for the future, but you don't know that that plan is truth. Like, it can be the best plan that you have, but will that plan work out? You know what I mean? No, Moses fucks up here. The burning bush, happy 420. Darth, you need to put the joint down. Golly. The striking of the staff god wanted them to pass through peacefully. Oh, that's what you mean by Moses fucks up. Yeah, that's why Moses doesn't make it to the promised land. Spoilers alert, by the way. Spoilers alert. When a man climbs a mountain, he has to choose. What if the struggle is worth telling? Only he knows. Yeah, fair point, fair point. The old Shamrock's out as well, you know. Second set of tablets. Now the Lord said to Moses, cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones, and I will write on these tablets the words that were on the first tablets you broke. Be ready in the morning to come up on the Mount Sinai and present yourself to me there on top of the mountain. But no man shall come up with you, and let no man be seen throughout all the mountain. Let neither sheep nor oxen feed before that mountain. So we cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones. Then Moses rose early in the morning and went up to Mount Sinai as the Lord commanded him. And he took in his hand the 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord descended in the cloud, and he stood with him there, and he called upon the name of the Lord. Then the Lord passed before his face and proclaimed, the Lord God, compassionate, merciful, long-suffering, abounding in mercy and true, preserving righteousness and showing mercy unto thousands, taking away lawlessness, wrongdoing, and sins, and he will not clear the guilty, visiting the lawlessness of the fathers upon the children and on the children's children to the 3rd and the 4th generation. So Moses made haste and bowed his head toward the ground and worshipped. Then he says, if now I've found grace in your sight, let me go, Lord, with us, for the people are stiff-necked, and you will take away our sins and lawlessness, and we will be yours. The Lord then said to Moses, behold, I'm establishing a covenant with you. For all your people I will do marvels such as have not been done in all of earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among whom you shall see the works of the Lord, for I will do awesome things for you. Observe what I've commanded you this day. Behold, I'm driving out from before you the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hittite, the Hivite, the Girgazite, and the Jebusite. Take heed to yourself, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you are where you are going, lest it be a stumbling block in your midst. For you shall destroy their altars, break their sacred pillars, and cut down their groves, and you shall burn the graven images of their gods with fire. For you shall worship no other God, for the Lord God, a jealous name, is a jealous God. Lest you make a covenant with the foreigners of the land, and they indulge themselves in gross immorality with their gods, making sacrifices to them, and they invite you, and you eat of their sacrifices. And you take off their daughters for your sons, and give your daughters to their sons, and your daughters commit fornication with their gods, and your sons commit fornication with their gods. You shall make no molten gods for yourselves. Sounds familiar? Get Allah out the fuck. Yeah. The feast of the unleavened bread you shall keep. 7 days you shall not eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you at the season in the month of new grain. The month of new grain you came out of Egypt. All that open the womb are mine, every male firstborn among your livestock of oxen or sheep. Firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with the sheep, and if you will not redeem it, you shall pay a price. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty-handed. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. There shall be rest in seed time and harvest. You shall observe the feast of weeks, the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before the Lord God of Israel, for I will cast out the nations before you and enlarge your borders. Neither will any man covet your land when you go up to appear before the Lord your God 3 times in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifices with leaven, nor shall the sacrifices from the feast of Paschah be left until morning. The first fruits of your land you shall bring to the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a lamb in its mother's milk. Again the Lord said to Moses, write these words for yourself, for according to these words I establish a covenant with you and with Israel. So he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. And again, this is another thing with Jesus. Out into the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. No bread, no water. He wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Moses' face shines. Now, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai, and the 2 tablets were in Moses' hand when he came down from the mountain, he did not know the skin of his face was glorified while God talked with him. So when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses and glorified appearance, the skin of his face, they were afraid to come near him. Then Moses called to them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned to him, and Moses talked with them. Afterward, all the children of Israel came near, and he gave them as commandments all the Lord commanded him on Mount Sinai. When Moses finished speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he would take the veil off until he came out. And he would come out and speak with the children of Israel whatever the Lord commanded him. So the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, that it was glorified, and Moses put the veil on his face again until it went to speak with him. Regulations regarding Sabbath. Now Moses gathered the congregation of the children of Israel together and said to them, these are the words that the Lord said for you to do. Work shall be done for 6 days, but the 7th day shall be a holy day for you, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whoever does not work on it shall be put to death. Whoever does work on it shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire throughout your dwellings on the Sabbath day. I am the Lord. Again Moses spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, this is the thing the Lord commanded us, saying, take from among you an offering to the Lord. Whoever is of a willing heart, let him bring his first fruits to the Lord, gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet fabric, fine linen, and female goat's hair, ram skins dyed red, skins dyed blue, and incorruptible wood, sardius stones, and stones to be set on the ephod, and the full-length robe. Every man wise in heart among you, let him come do all the Lord has commanded. The tabernacle, its cords, coverings, rings, bars, and posts, the ark of the testimony, its poles, mercy seat and veil, and the curtains of the court, and its posts, and the emerald stones, and the incense and anointing oil, and the table and all its utensils, and the illuminating lampstand and all its utensils, and the altar and all its utensils, and the holy vestments of Aaron the priest, and the garments in which they shall do service, and the priestly robes for the sons of Aaron, and the compounded incense. So all the congregation of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. Then everyone came whose heart was stirred and whose soul was willing, and they brought the Lord's offering for the work of the tabernacle of testimony, for all service and all garments of the holy place. They came, both men and women, as many as had a willing mind, and brought signets, earrings, rings, and necklaces, all jewelry of gold to the Lord. Also every man with whom was found blue fabric and skins dyed blue and skins dyed red brought them. Everyone who offered an offering of silver or bronze also brought these to the Lord, and everyone with whom was found incorruptible wood for any work for the service brought it. And all women who were gifted artisans spun yarn with their hands and brought what they spun of blue, purple, scarlet, and fine linen. Also, all the women whose hearts stirred with the wisdom spun yarn of females' goat's hair. The rulers brought emerald stones, and the stones to be set in the ephod, and the oracle, and the compounds for the anointing oil, and the compounds for the incense. Thus the children of Israel brought a free will offering to the Lord, all men and women whose minds were willing to bring material for all kinds of work, which the Lord, by the hand of Moses, commanded to be done. Artisans for the tabernacle. Then Moses said to the children of Israel, Behold, God has called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, and the tribe of Judah. He has filled him with a divine spirit of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge in all things, to design artistic works, to work in gold and silver and bronze, in cutting jewels for setting and carving wood, and to work in all manner of artistic workmanship. He has put in his mind and in that of Aholiab, the son of Asiamach, of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach. He filled them with wisdom, understanding, and skill to do all manner of work of the holy place, and to weave the woven and embroidered work, the scarlet and fine linen, and do all the work, curious workmanship, and embroidery. Let me catch up in chat before we get the context. Real talk, these are slaves just freed, sent into a desert. They don't feel loved. Jewish culture, so much lore talk. What can I say, man? What can I say? But you got to set forth the law, because again, like once you kind of like free tyranny, right? Everyone's going to be, what would be the way to describe it? Like, imagine if the Democrats had won in 2024, right? And we're in the era of Kamala, crazy Kamala, and shit's just insane, absolutely insane, right? And you say, right, we'll do a rebellion, all this kind of stuff, civil war, all this kind of shit, right? Like, once you free yourself from that tyranny, there needs to be like an ushering in, like the law will need to be set, you know? Like, you can't just go back to the same laws of all the tyrannies and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? James says, I forget which, but I think either it was Gabrielle or Michael who spoke as or for God on occasion. You know, like there was that reference to the I'll send an angel before you, but I don't know if that was direct or not. You know what I mean? Jesus tempted by the devil in the desert, first time you hear of him. No, we'll be getting to Satan in Job. Or Satan. I think it was Gabrielle that spoke. Michael did the 7 plagues. Gabrielle was the voice. Yeah, it's typically Gabrielle. Democrats literally building the golden calf. 100%, bro. Thanks, Dry. How I could forget. True that, boys. True that. Help each other out. The tabernacle On Mount Sinai, Moses received not only the Ten Commandments, but also precise and detailed instruction for building the tabernacle, a movable tent where God met the assembly of the people of Israel. Consequently, the tabernacle is built according to the divine blueprints. Here God's presence, his glory, will be made manifest through the shining cloud filling the holy place. The importance of God's presence in the tabernacle is apparent in the prayers of the Psalms, which expresses a longing to be with God, a fervent desire to be in his tabernacle. Indeed, the Lord promises that the tabernacle I shall be known to you, to speak to you. There I shall give directions to the children of Israel, and I shall be sanctified in my glory. While the tabernacle is the specific place where God was encountered in Israel, this did not exhaust his presence. For as Almighty God, he has always been everywhere present, filling all things. Israel's most sacred objects were kept in the Ark of the Covenant, located in the Holy of Holies. Each object it held was prophetic of Christ. Tablets of law inscribed by God prefigure Christ, the lawgiver. The manna points to Christ as the bread of life, and Aaron's staff that budded prefigures the life-giving cross of Christ. Further, the veil separating the holy place from the Holy of Holies foreshadows the incarnation. The tabernacle as a whole prefigures Christ, the eternal Word of God, who became flesh and tabernacled, usually the English translation is dwelt, among us. St. Gregory of Nyssa observes, Moses was earlier instructed by a type in the mystery of the tabernacle which encompasses the universe. This tabernacle would be Christ, who was the power and the wisdom of God. The tabernacle also prefigures Mary, the Theotokos, whose womb will be in the tabernacle in which the Lord dwell as he takes his flesh from her. On the cross, Jesus offers the ultimate sacrifice of his body, which in the New Testament calls the greater and more perfect tabernacle not made with his hands. St. John Chrysostom comments that by this greater tabernacle, St. John means the flesh of Christ. And well did he say, greater and more perfect, since God, the Word, and all the power of the Spirit dwells therein. In time, the movable tabernacle of the wilderness is superseded by the prominent temple in Jerusalem. The temple, in turn, is suspended by Christ. And the church, which is his body. Moreover, in baptism, every Christian becomes a tabernacle, a dwelling place of the Holy Spirit, as St. Paul exclaims, or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? St. Isaac of Nineveh declares, Lord, I give praise to your holy nature, for you have made my nature a sanctuary for your hiddenness, a tabernacle for your mysteries, a place where you can dwell, and holy temple for your divinity. In his vision of the kingdom of heaven, St. John writes, but I saw no temple in it, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are its temple. All earthly types vanish as redeemed. Behold God, and the Lamb is unmediated glory. The ultimate promise of the tabernacle, the temple, and the church is for God himself to dwell in each believer forever. That's a little bit of context in terms of why we got to make sure we read these parts. You know what I mean? And yeah, I understand like reading a blueprint is not the most exciting piece of content, but it gives you an aspect of like that level of detail, you know, like think of like your average Protestant church, right? Square building, not much to it, you know, simple, plain, all this kind of thing. Now think of an Orthodox church. Think of the many different things that's going on, the many different colors, the different shapes, the intricate detail in certain aspects. And then think of like the inside of the church, like how detailed it is, how much iconography is there. So, in terms of like artistry, or you know, not even artistry, I think that's a poor word to use. Like in terms of like stuff of beauty that gives us inspiration. You know, that you're not just standing amongst men, like that quote that we had earlier on, that you're not just standing amongst men. Feels like you're standing in the divine. You know, you're standing in heaven. The level of detail. And even just think of like, probably a perfect example is like, think of a picture that's blurry or pixelated, you know. There's going to be less detail than like a high definition picture. You know what I mean? So again, a lot going on. But let's continue. Chapter 36. Now Bezalel and Aholiab and every gifted artisan in whom the Lord put wisdom and knowledge to know how to do all the manner of work for service of the holy place, did according to all the Lord commanded. Then Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab and every gifted artisan in whose heart the Lord put wisdom, every whose heart willed freely to come and do the work. They received from Moses all the offerings the children of Israel brought for all the works for making the holy place, and they continued bringing him free will offerings every morning. Then all the wise men who were doing all the work of the holy place came, each according to the work he was doing, and they spoke to Moses, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the work the Lord commanded us to do. Moses gave a commandment and proclaimed it throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman do any more work for the offering of the holy place. Thus the people were restrained from bringing more, for the material was sufficient for all the work to be done, indeed too much. Then all the gifted artisans among them who worked on Aaron's garments for the holy place did as the Lord commanded Moses. He made an ephod of gold, blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen. Thin plates of gold were then put into threads to be woven into blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen, and they formed it as a woven piece. He then coupled the ephod together from its two sides, a work woven by mutual twisting of the parts into one another. They constructed it according to the same workmanship of gold, blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then they made 2 emerald stones, clasped together and set in gold, carved and engraved as signets are engraved with the names of the sons of Israel. He attached these as memorial stones to the shoulders of the ephod, children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then they made the oracle, a woven work of embroidery like the workmanship of ephod, of gold, blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen. Then made the oracle square by doubling it. Span was its length, and a span its width when doubled. Interwoven into this texture was a setting of 4 rows of stones. The first row a sardius, a topaz, and an emerald. The second row a carbuncle, a sapphire, and a jasper. And the third row a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a chrysolite, a beryl, and an onyx, set around with gold and fastened with gold. 12 stones bore the names of the sons of Israel, their names engraved like a signet, each one with his own name according to the 12 tribes. Then they made on the oracle chains plated fringes of gold, a work of pure gold. They also made 2 gold bosses and 2 gold rings. Then they put the 2 braided chains of gold into the 2 rings on the ends of the oracle. He also attached 2 golden clasps to the rings on both sides of the oracle, 2 clasps of the 2 couplings. Then they placed the 2 gold bosses, joining them to the shoulders of the epod opposite one another in the front. They made 2 gold rings and attached them on the 2 loops on the top of the oracle, near the back of it, side toward the epod. Then they made 2 gold rings and attached them below the 2 shoulders of the epod in front, woven into the epod like the coupling above. Then they bounded the oracles by means of its rings to the rings of the epod with a blue cord. That way it would be above the intricately woven band of the epod, and the breastplate would not rip away from the epod as Lord commanded Moses. He made the undergarment of the epod of woven work, all of blue. The collar of the undergarment was plaited and interwoven, having a border all around that it would not tear. Beneath the border of the robe, there were knobs of flowering pomegranate constructed of blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen. Then they made bells of pure gold and put the bells on the hem of the robe and all around between the pomegranates. Golden bells and pomegranates, all the hem of the robe, were for the ministry as the Lord commanded Moses. They made fine linen robes, woven work for Aaron and his sons, and belts of fine linen, and turbans of fine linen, short trousers of fine linen, and their sashes of fine woven linen, blue, purple, spun scarlet, made by a weaver according to the Lord commanded Moses. Then they made the plate of gold, dedicated thing of the holy place of pure gold, and on it he wrote an inscription like the engraving of a signet, holiness to the Lord, and they tied a blue cord to it to fasten it above the turban in the manner the Lord commanded Moses. The tabernacle of testimony. Before that, let's catch up in chat. Troy says Uriel took Lucifer's place, if I remember right, after the fall. Blueprints, the best way to put it. How not to fuck up, not just your life, but others. Bible is about living well. Hey, call it hard titty play. Nah, bro, breastplate, way better. I agree. Scriptures follow similarly to the traditions of folk wisdom from oral traditions, meant to be recognized, teach, give guidance through. Though it's been 30 years since I've looked at this. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm doing cover to cover, baby, and it's all recorded and there for the histories, as they say. That's a quality name, the Tabernacle of Testimony. You know. Now they made 10 curtains for the tabernacle. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and thus it was for all of them. And the width, 4 cubits. They made the veil of blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen, a work woven with cherubim. Then they put it on the 4 posts of incorruptible wood, overlaid with gold. And their capitals were gold, and their 4 bases were silver. For the tabernacle of testimony, they made the veil of the door blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen, a woven work with the cherubs. And they made it 5 posts with their rings, and they gilded their capitals and bands with gold, but their 5 bases were bronze. Then they made the court. Towards the south, and its curtains were of fine twinned linen, 100 cubits symmetrically. There were 20 posts for them, and with 20 bases. On the north side, they were 100 cubits symmetrically. On the south side, they were 100 cubits symmetrically with their 20 posts and 20 bases. On the west side, there were curtains of 50 cubits with their 10 posts and 20 bases. On the east side, there were curtains of 50 cubits with 1 curtain on one side, and the court entrance of the 15 cubits with 3 posts and bases. And on the other side of the court entrance of 15 cubits with 3 posts and bases. All curtains of the court were of fine twinned linen. The base of the posts were bronze, the hooks of the posts were silver, and their capitals were overlaid with silver. And all the posts of the court were overlaid with silver. The veil of the court entrance was woven work of blue, purple, spun scarlet, and fine twinned linen. Its length was 20 cubits, height or width was 5 cubits, corresponding with the curtains of the court. There were 4 posts and bases for the veil, made of bronze with their hooks of silver and their capitals overlaid with silver. pegs all around the court were made of bronze and overlaid with silver. So this was the construction of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was commanded to Moses for the service of the Levites through Ithamar, the son of Aaron, the priest. Bezalel, the son of Uri, the tribe of Judah, did as the Lord commanded Moses. There was Aholiab, the son of Ashiamach, the tribe of Dan, who was a master worksman and woven and needlework in the scarlet and fine linen. Making of the ark. Got the Ark of the Covenant coming up here, boys. Now Bezalel made the ark. He overlaid it with pure gold inside and out. He cast for it 4 golden rings, 2 rings on one side and 2 on the other, wide enough for the poles with which to carry it. He also made the mercy seat above the ark of pure gold, and 2 cherubim of pure gold, a cherub at one end of the mercy seat and one at the other end, spreading out their wings above the mercy seat. The table of offering. Then he made the table of offertory of pure gold, and cast for it 4 rings, 2 on one side and 2 on the other, wide enough for the poles with which to carry it. Then he made the poles of the ark and the table and gilded them with gold. He also made utensils of the table, the dishes, the censers, the cups, and the pitchers for the pouring drink offerings of gold. The lampstand. He then made the lampstand to give light of gold, both its solid stem and the branches of each side thereof, and the blossoms projecting from its branches, 3 on one side and 3 on the other, symmetrical to one another. As the lamps on top of them, almond blossoms budded from them, and there were sockets to hold the lamps, 7th of which was atop the lampstand itself at its summit, all of solid gold. The 7 lamps, their snuffers and funnels were also made of gold. And the altar. Then he overlaid the post with silver and cast golden rings for the post, and he gilded the posts supporting the veil. The gold made the hooks of gold. He also made the rings of the tabernacle of gold, and the rings of the cord of those for drawing out the veil above he made of bronze. He then cast in silver the capitals of the tabernacle, and in bronze the capitals on the door of the tabernacle and the gate of the cord. And he made silver hooks to be attached to the posts. He made of bronze all the pegs of the tabernacle and the court. He made the altar of bronze from the censers he used by the men engaged in Korah's rebellion. He made of bronze all the utensils of altar, and also its grate, base, its bowls, and its flesh hooks. And as an appendage to the altar, he made a network under the gate beneath it as far as the middle of it, and he fastened 4 rings of bronze to the 4 sides of the appendage, wide enough for the bars as to carry the altar with them. He also made the holy anointing oil and the composition of the incense, the pure work of the perfumer. The laver of bronze. He made the laver of bronze and its base of bronze from the bronze mirrors of the women who fasted by the doors of the tabernacle of witnesses on the day he set it up. He made the laver that in it Moses and Aaron and his sons might wash their hands and feet whenever they went to the tabernacle of testimony or came near to minister the altar. They washed in it as the Lord commanded Moses. The use of offerings. Now all the gold used in all the production of the holy places was that of the offerings, 29 talents and 720 shekels, according to the holy shekel. The offering of silver from the numbered men in the congregation was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels, 1 drachma per head, being half a shekel, according to the holy shekel. For everyone surveyed in the tally from 20 years and up, to the number of 603,550. The 100 talents of silver were used to cast 100 capitals of the tabernacle and the capitals of the veil, 100 capitals to the 100 talents, a talent to the capital. Then from 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the post, gilded their capitals and decorated them. The bronze from the offering was 70 talents and 1,500 shekels, and with it they made the bases for the doors and the tabernacle of testimony. Base of the court The bases for the court all round, the bases for the court gate, the pegs for the tabernacle, the pegs all around the court, the bronze appendage for the altar, all the vessels of the altar, and all the instruments of the tabernacle of testimony. So the children of Israel did as the Lord commanded, thus they did. Also, of the gold that remained from the offering, they made vessels with which to minister before the Lord. The remaining blue, purple, and scarlet cloth they made into liturgical vestment for Aaron to minister in them in the holy place. Presentation to Moses. We finally got it all built, baby. So they brought to Moses the garments, the tabernacle and all its vessels, the bases and their bars, the post, the ark of the covenant and its poles, the altar and all its vessels, the anointing oil, the incense compound, the pure lamp and its lamps, lamps for burning, the oil for light, the table of offertory and the bread set forth upon it and all its utensils, the garments of the holy place which belonged to Aaron and his sons for ministering as priests, the curtains of the court and their posts, the veil for the door of the tabernacle, the court gate and all the utensils for the tabernacle and all its instruments, the ram skins dyed red, the blue coverings and the other coverings, the pegs and all the instruments for the work of the tabernacle of testimony. Whatever things the Lord commanded Moses, thus the children of Israel made and prepared in every respect. Then Moses looked over all the work, and it was done in the manner the Lord commanded Moses. They did it in this way, and Moses blessed them, setting up the tabernacle. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, on the first day of the 7th month, the new moon, you shall set up the tabernacle of testimony. You shall put in it the ark of the testimony and cover up the ark with the veil. You shall bring in the table and lay out its offering and bring in the lampstand and install its lamps. You shall also set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark and put up a veil for the door of the tabernacle of testimony. Then you shall set the altar of the burnt offerings before the Lord of the tabernacle of testimony. You shall put a cover over the tabernacle and consecrate everything pertaining to it. You shall take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and everything in it, and you shall consecrate it and all its utensils, and it shall be holy. You shall anoint the altar of burnt offerings and its utensils, and consecrate the altar. The altar shall be most holy. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the doors of the tabernacle of testimony, and wash them with water. You shall put the holy garments on Aaron, and anoint and consecrate him, that he may minister to me as priest. You shall also bring his sons and put garments on them. You shall anoint them as you anointed their fathers, so they may minister to me as priests. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus Moses did according to all the Lord commanded him, so he did. The work is finished, baby. Then it came to pass in the first month of the 2nd year after the departure from Egypt, on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was set up. So Moses set up the tabernacle, placed the capitals, inserted the bars, and set up the posts. He spread out the curtains over the tabernacle and put the veil of the tabernacle on it above, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then he took the testimonies, put them into the ark, and inserted the poles under the ark. He then brought the ark into the tabernacle, hung up the veil of the covering, and partitioned off the ark of testimony as the Lord commanded Moses. He put the table in the tabernacle of testimony on the north side of the tabernacle of testimony outside the veil of the tabernacle. He also set the bread of the offertory upon it before the Lord in the manner the Lord commanded Moses. Then he put the lampstand in the tabernacle of testimony on the south side of the tabernacle, and he places its lamps before the Lord as the Lord commanded Moses. He also put the gold altar in the tabernacle of testimony in front of the veil, and he burned the incense compound on it as the Lord commanded Moses. He then put the altar of burnt offering before the doors of the tabernacle. He also set up the court all around the tabernacle and the altar. So Moses finished all the work. The overshadowing cloud. Then the cloud covered the tabernacle of testimony, and the tabernacle was filled with the Lord's glory, but Moses was not able to enter the tabernacle of testimony because the cloud overshadowed it, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Whenever the cloud ascended from the tabernacle, the children of Israel prepared to depart with their belongings. But if the cloud did not ascend, they did not prepare to depart until the cloud ascended. For before all Israel, throughout all their journeys, the cloud was above the tabernacle day, and fire was and fire was over it by night. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of Exodus. Now we get on to Leviticus. Now we get on to the laws, baby. 27 chapters coming up on this one. Where we're at, about 2.5 hours in. I probably should just click the button. Uno momento, por favore. So, click this button and it brings me. It should be. Yeah, the book of Leviticus. Moses used the phrase, and the Lord said to Moses as many as 30 times, you bring in the chapter about Israel and church tradition described to Moses. This time the book was specifically defined as during sojourn at Mount Sinai. Major theme, how to worship God. This is our first ever book of worship. It was especially written for priests to teach the Israelites how to rightly worship God. The book points out the difference between God's laws for his people and those of the polytheistic, idolatrous, corrupt nations surrounding them. You shall be holy, for I, the Lord, your God, am holy. The opening statement presupposes the tabernacle has been erected, as described in Exodus 40. God spoke to Moses from the tabernacle of testimony, or on the mount, or upon the door of the tabernacle. The writing of this book took place 5 months after Israel left Mount Sinai. So, Book of Leviticus, ladies and gentlemen. And also, shout out to Darth for the 5 gifted memberships. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? Are we having fun yet, Darth? So, congratulations to Texas Nevsky. Kazoom. We were reviewing Kazoom's video there in the last, pretty sure it was the last deductionist files. So, shout out to Kazoom. Justin Thompson, 5173. Gunrunner 808. And Level 4 Lobster. Congratulations, you have our boy Darth to thank for that one. Darth Stevo. He now has a new name as well. Shout out to you, Darth. Thank you very kindly, sir. Let me catch up in chat. I haven't read the Bible in like 15 years. It's twinned linen like wined or twined. Ah, makes a lot of sense. Twined. Phone dying. We are back. No worries, no worries. W Darth, my motherfucking man. We got plenty of gents going around there. And if you become a member today, folks, you get access to plenty of memes. You got access to the gent meme. You got access to the chill meme. You know, we got Pepe working in the field and everything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jack, good to see you. Good to see you, Jack. Nice to see you. To see you. Nice. Oh, gifted. Thanks. And also hit the like button. Don't be afraid to hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Free. Jariah well said. My man. And also, a gentleman and a scholar, if I do say so myself. Okay. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Now the Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tabernacle of testimony, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, if a man among you should offer gifts to the Lord from the cattle, the oxen, or the sheep, you shall offer your gifts. And if his gift should be a whole burnt offering from the oxen, he shall offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it at the door of the tabernacle of testimony as acceptable before the Lord. Then he shall put his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on behalf to make an atonement for him. He shall kill the young bull before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall offer the blood and sprinkle the blood all around the altar by the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. Then he shall skin the whole burnt offering and cut it into its pieces. Sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire on the altar and lay the wood on the fire. Then the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts, the head of the fat, upon the wood and the fire of the altar, but shall wash its entrails and its legs with water. The priest shall then put it all on the altar as a burnt offering, a sacrifice for a sweet aroma to the Lord. If his gift to the Lord should be from the sheep, from the lambs, or the kids, as a whole burnt offering, he shall offer a male without blemish, and put his hand on its head. He shall kill it on the north side of the altar before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall sprinkle its blood all around the altar. Then he shall cut it into pieces with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them upon the wood and fire on the altar, but he shall wash the entrails and the legs with water. Then the priest shall offer all of it and put it on the altar as a burnt offering, a sacrifice for a sweet aroma to the Lord. But if you should offer a gift to the Lord from the birds for a burnt offering, he shall offer his gift from the turtle doves or young pigeons. The priest shall offer it on the altar, wring off its head and put it on the altar. Its blood should be drained out at the base of the altar. Then he shall remove its crop with its feathers and cast it beside the altar on the east side into the place for ashes. Then he shall split it at its wings, but shall not divide it. And the priest shall put it upon the wood and fire of the altar as a burnt offering, a sacrifice for the sweet aroma to the Lord. Grain offering. So we're doing like burnt offerings, which is like meat offerings, and then we're doing grain offerings. And this kind of goes back to Cain and Abel. You know? Now, if a soul should offer a gift for a grain offering to the Lord, his gift shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil on it and put frankincense on it. He shall bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests, one of whom shall take from it his handful of fine flour and oil, all the frankincense. Then the priest shall put it on the altar as a memorial, a sacrifice for a sweet aroma to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is the most holy of the Lord's sacrifices. But if you should offer a gift as a grain offering baked in the oven, a gift of fine flour to the Lord, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. But if your gift should be a grain offering fried in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened and mixed with oil. You shall break it in pieces and pour oil on it. It is the grain offering to the Lord. If your gift should be a grain offering from the grate, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. You shall offer grain offering made of these things to the Lord, and when it is presented to the priest, he shall bring it to the altar. Then the priest shall take from the grain offering its memorial portion and put it on the altar as a burnt offering for a sweet aroma to the Lord. But what is left of the grain offering shall be Aaron and his sons. It is the most holy of the Lord's burnt offerings. No grain offering you offer to the Lord shall be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven or honey in any burnt offering to the Lord. As for a gift first fruits, you shall offer them to the Lord, but they shall not be offered on the altar for sweet aroma. Now every gift of your grain offering you shall season with salt. You shall not allow the salt of the Lord's covenant be lacking from your grain offerings. With every gift you shall offer salt to the Lord your God. If you should offer grain offering of your first fruits to the Lord, you shall offer the grain offering of your first fruits, green heads of grain roasted on the fire, grain beaten from full heads for the Lord. Thus you shall offer your grain offering first fruits. Then you shall put oil on it and put frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. The priest shall then offer its memorial portion, its beaten grain and oil, and all the frankincense. It is a burnt offering to the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is like, you're kind of incorporating like recipes, because like when we're doing the tabernacle, right, it was like construction, blueprints, and all that kind of stuff. And then we're kind of doing like recipes, like, and it's kind of incorporated into the ritual, which is a very clever way to do it. You know what I mean? Also, welcome into Jess. Long time no see. Pull up a chair, get comfy, you know? Isaac flashback. True that. 420, as Dart would say. I'm telling you, man. Dart is mad for the 420 streams, I can tell you that. Good night, y'all. 3:25 a.m. here. Have a good one, sir. Appreciate you stopping by. Damn, says Damage. Yeah, like I said, man, it's like a lot of people say, "Oh, just skip these parts," but like you're kind of missing out on like we're kind of talking about. It's like the Bible's not just like philosophy or just proverbs and all this kind of stuff. You're seeing like the like this aspect of the nation. All right, one sec. I actually have the whole shebang here. All right, where is it? Right. Oh my god! Oh wait, no, I can't exit out of that one. Never mind. So like when we're talking about like a nation, it's like obviously ethnicity, shared ancestry, and origins. So we have this whole thing of like Abraham, you know, the lineage that goes all the way back to Abraham. The territory, we talk about that. You know what I mean? The history. So it's like you have like the historical stories of like this is what actually happened. You know what I mean? Then you have the stories and the myths, and like that's like the proverbs that are used, folklore, the tales, and all this kind of stuff. You have the language, which would have been like Hebrew and all this kind of stuff. Then you have the symbols. Like think about when we're talking about this aspect of the tabernacle. It's made with specific colors, made with a specific pattern. You know what I mean? It's made with specific things. You know what I mean? And like we'll get into when we're talking about Psalms, like that'll be like the anthems and like the different holidays. Remember, you work 6 days, and on the 7th day you don't work. And if you do work on that day, you're exiled and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And then when we talk about like the culture, the values, beliefs, manners and norms, morality and religion, and we're going to be getting into this in Leviticus in terms of the law, like the law, but it's already hinted at in terms of with the Exodus, like the moral laws of the land and all this kind of stuff. And then when you're talking about the creativity, this is this aspect that we're talking about here. Like obviously like there's music, dance, stories, visual arts and all that kind of stuff. In terms of the physical creations, food is part of that. We have like this aspect of the food going on, as well as the tools, buildings, clothings, crafts. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing, what we're like, the reason why I'm reading through all this stuff is because like this is all part of the nation. You get what I'm saying? It's a key aspect to it, you know? Been a while. Yeah, it's been a minute, Jess. It's been a minute. Good to see you. You know? I love frankincense in my grain. What can I say, man? You gotta have the spice. You gotta have the spice. What Bible are you reading from, Teriak? We're reading from the Orthodox Study Bible. Because I think we initially started with the New International Version. And then I think like within like the first couple of chapters of Genesis, they were like, no, switch to the King James Version. And then I can't remember who was telling me, no, man, do the Orthodox one, because it has like a section where it'll kind of look on screen as though it's like grayed out, but it'll basically have all the context and how it relates to like the New Testament aspect to it. So I'm happy with the Orthodox Study Bible, at least so far. You know what I mean? It seems to be more detailed and all this kind of stuff, you know? What's crazy is it's 3,000 years old, still describes people living today. Bro, wait till you see. Wait till you see, you know? Very, very nice, you know? Nice to see you nice, as they say, you know? Peace offerings. Now, if his gift for the Lord should be a peace offering, and if he should offer it from the oxen, whether male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. Then he shall put his hands on the head of his gift and kill at the doors of the tabernacle of testimony, and Aaron's sons, the priest, shall sprinkle the blood all around the altar of the whole burnt offering. He shall then offer from the peace offering a burnt offering to the Lord, and he shall remove its fat that covers the entrails, all the fat on the entrails, 2 kidneys, and the fat on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver before the kidneys. And Aaron's sons, the priest, shall offer these upon the wood and fire on the altar of whole burnt offering as the burnt offering for a sweet aroma to the Lord. Now, if his peace offering should be a gift from the sheep, whether it be male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he should offer a lamb as his gift, then he shall offer it without blemish. Then he shall put his hands on the head of his gift and kill it before the doors of the tabernacle of testimony, and Aaron's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle his blood all around the altar. He shall then offer from the peace offering a burnt offering to God, and he shall remove its fat, the whole fat, tail close to the backbone, the fat that covers the entrails, and the fat, all the fat on the entrails, the 2 kidneys of the fat on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys, and the priest shall offer those on the altar as a burnt offering for a sweet aroma to the Lord. Now, if his gift should be from the goats, then he shall offer it before the Lord. He shall put his hands on his head and kill it before the Lord at the doors of the tabernacle of testimony, and Aaron's sons, the priest, shall sprinkle his blood all around the altar. Then he shall offer his burnt offering to the Lord, and he shall remove the fat that covers the entrails, all the fat on the entrails, 2 kidneys, and the fat on them, and the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above his kidneys, and the priest shall offer those to the altar as a burnt offering for a sweet aroma to the Lord. All the fat is the Lord's. This shall be a perpetual ordinance throughout your generations. In all your dwellings you shall neither eat fat nor blood. I disagree with that. As a carnivore, you need to make sure you're getting your fat, you know? Was it Realizer? It's something he would do. He has been here for the Theology Thursdays, but I don't know if it was him particularly. Like, I genuinely can't remember who it was, but it was someone definitely who said, like, you should do the Orthodox study one because it has the context to it and all that kind of thing. So whoever it was, like I said, apologies, I can't remember, but let me know in chat if anyone remembers. But salutes to you, you know. Goths affronted God by creating haggis. Knew it. I'm just saying, man. You know, but it's been like, if you get rid of like the animal fat, but then you're eating butter, you'd still be fine, you know. Food for thought. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a soul should sin involuntarily before the Lord against any of the Lord's ordinances, which ought not be done, and does anything against them, even if he should be the anointed priest, and should sin to the detriment of the people, he shall offer to the Lord for the sin he committed a young bull without blemish from the oxen as a sin offering. He shall offer the young bull at the door of the tabernacle of testimony before the Lord, with his hand on the young bull's head, and kill the young bull before the Lord. Then the anointed and consecrated priest shall take some of the young bull's blood and bring it to the tabernacle of testimony. The priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle some of the blood 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil of the holy place. Then the priest shall put some of the blood of the young bull on the horns of the altar of the incense compound before the Lord in the tabernacle of testimony, and he shall pour the remaining blood of the young bull at the base of the altar of whole burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of testimony. He shall take from it all the fat of the young bull as the sin offering. Fat that covers the entrails, all the fat on the entrails, the 2 kidneys, and the fat on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys, he shall remove, as it was taken from the young bull of the sacrifice of peace offering, and the priest shall burn them on the altar of burnt offering. The young bull's hide and all its flesh, with its head and legs, its entrails and excrement, the whole young bull he shall carry outside the camp to a clean place where the ashes are poured out, and burn it on the wood and fire where the ashes are poured out, it shall be burned. Shout out to Darth for the 1 gifted membership. Let's make those Greya. F me, Grays. Oh, the Gray's green. The Gray's green. And congratulations to Achilles Veer, 3156. You have our boy Dart to thank for that one, folks. Now, if the whole congregation of Israel acts involuntarily in ignorance and is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they did something against any of the Lord's commandments which should not be done, and committed sin, When the sin they committed becomes known, then the assembly shall offer a young bull for the sin and offer it before the doors of the tabernacle of testimony. Then the elders of the congregation shall put their hands on the head of the young bull before the Lord. The young bull shall be killed before the Lord. The anointed priest shall bring some of the young bull's blood to the tabernacle of testimony. Then the priest shall dip his finger in the blood of the young bull and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil of the holy place. The priest shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of the incense compound, which is before the Lord in the tabernacle of testimony. He shall pour the remaining blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering, which is the door of the tabernacle of testimony. He shall take all the fat from it and offer it on the altar. Then he shall do with the young bull as he did with the young bull of sin offering. Thus he shall do with it. So the priest shall make an atonement for them, and their sin shall be remitted them. Then they shall carry the young bull outside the camp and burn it as they burnt the first young bull. It is a sin offering for the assembly. Now, if a ruler should sin and do something against any of the commandments of the Lord their God, which should not be done, and commit sin involuntarily, and the sin he committed comes to his knowledge, he shall offer his gift, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish. He shall put his hand on the head of the kid and kill it at the place where they kill the whole burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. The priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger and put the horns of the altar whole burnt offering and pour its remaining blood at the base of the altar whole burnt offering. Then he shall offer all its fat to the altar, like the fat of the sacrifice of the peace offering. The priest shall make atonement for him concerning his sin, and it shall be remitted him. If any soul of the people of the land should sin involuntarily by doing something against any of the Lord's commandments which ought not be done, and commit sin, and the sin he committed comes to his knowledge, then he shall bring a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for the sin he committed. He shall put his hand on the head of his sin offering and kill the kid in sin offering at the place of the whole burnt offering. Then the priest shall take some of his blood with his finger, put it on the horns of the altar for whole burnt offering, and pour all its remaining blood at the base of the altar. He shall remove all its fat, as fat is removed from the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall offer it on the altar for a sweet aroma to the Lord. So the priest shall make atonement for him, and it shall be remitted him. If he should bring as his gift a sheep for a sin offering, he shall offer a female without blemish. Then he shall put his hand on the head of the sin offering and kill it as a sin offering in the place where they kill the whole burnt offering. The priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, put it on the horns of the altar of the whole burnt offering, and pour all its remaining blood at the base of the altar. He shall remove all his fat, as the fat of the sheep is removed from the sacrifice of peace offering. Then the priest shall put it on the altar for a whole burnt offering to the Lord. So the priest shall make atonement for his sin, his sin he committed, and he shall be remitted to him. Trespass offerings. Now if a soul should sin in hearing the utterance of an oath, and is a witness whether he saw or knew of the matter, if he does not tell it, he shall bear his guilt. Or if a soul shall touch any unclean thing, whether it is the carcass of an unclean animal, or torn by a wild animal, or the unclean carcass of creeping things, or the unclean carcass of cattle, or should touch human uncleanness, uncleanliness, even by any uncleanliness, which by touching it he is defiled, and he is unaware of it, but afterwards become aware, he shall bear his guilt. Or if a soul should swear, speaking thoughtlessly with his lips, to do evil or good, whatever a man may pronounce by an oath, and it should escape his notice, and thus he should sin in one of these things, then he shall confess his sin in that thing, and he shall bring for his trespass against the Lord, and for his guilt, a female from the sheep, a lamb, or a kid of the goats, as a sin offering. The priest shall make atonement for him concerning the sin he committed, and it shall be remitted him. But if he should be unable to afford a sheep, he shall bring for the sin committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the Lord, one as a sin offering and the other as a whole burnt offering. He shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer the first one as a sin offering. Then he shall wring off its head from its neck, but shall not divide it. Then he shall sprinkle some of the blood in the sin offering on the side of the altar, but the rest of the blood shall be drained out the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. It is a sin offering. He shall then make the second one a whole burnt offering according to the prescribed manner. So the priest shall make atonement on his behalf for the sin he committed, and it shall be remitted him. Now, if he should be unable to afford a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, he shall bring for his sin a gift 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a sin offering. He shall put no oil on it, nor shall he put frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. Then he shall bring to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful as a memorial portion and put it on the altar of whole burnt offerings to the Lord. It is a sin offering. The priest shall make atonement for him for the sin he committed in any of these matters, and it shall be remitted him. The rest shall be the priest's as a grain offering. Restitution offerings. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Now if a soul should be oblivious and sin involuntarily in regard to the holy things of the Lord, he shall bring to the Lord for his trespass in which he transgressed a ram without blemish from the sheep, with your valuation in shekels of silver according to the shekel of the holy place. Thus he shall make restitution wherein he sinned in regard to the holy things, and he shall add 1/5 to give to the priest. So the priest shall make atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, it shall be remitted him. Now if a soul should sin and do anything against the Lord's commandments, though he may not know it, nevertheless he trespassed and shall bear his guilt. So we shall bring to the priest a ram without blemish from the sheep for a trespass offering, with your valuation of silver. So the priest shall make atonement for him regarding his ignorance in which he erred, but he did not know it, and he shall be remitted him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against the Lord. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Now if a soul should sin and actually disregard the Lord's commandments by lying to his neighbor about a deposit entrusted to him for safekeeping, or about a joint ownership, or about a robbery, or if he wronged his neighbor in something, or if he found what was lost and should lie about it and swear falsely, in any one of these things a man may do when he sins, then it shall be whenever he should trespass and is guilty, he shall restore what he stole for the thing he extorted, or what was delivered to him for safekeeping, or the lost thing he found, or everything about which he swore falsely. He shall restore its full value, add 1/5 more to it, and give it to whomever it belongs on the day he trespasses. On the day his trespass is brought to light. Then he shall bring the priest his trespass offering to the Lord, a ram without blemish from sheep, with your valuation. So the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord, and it shall be remitted for him for any of these things he did wherein he trespassed. And we got the law of burnt offering. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his sons, saying, Now this is the law of the whole burnt offering. The whole burnt offering shall be on the hearth upon the altar all night until morning, and the fire of the altar shall be kept burning on it. It shall not be put out. Then the priest shall put the linen trousers on his body. Then he shall put on his linen garment and take up the ashes of the whole burnt offering, which the fire consumed on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. He shall then take off his linen garment, put on another one, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. The fire on the altar shall be burning, it shall not be put out. The priest shall burn wood on it every morning and put the whole burnt offering on it. And he shall burn on it the fat of the peace offering. A fire shall always be burning on the altar, it shall never go out. The law of grain offering. Now this is the law of grain offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer in front of the altar before the Lord. He shall take from it his handful of the fine flour of the grain offering, with its oil and frankincense, which is on the grain offering, and offer it to the altar of burnt offering for a sweet aroma, a memorial to the Lord. Then Aaron and his sons shall eat what is left. It shall be eaten in a holy place in the court of the tabernacle of testimony. It shall not be baked with leaven. I give it to them as their portion of the Lord's burnt offerings. It is most holy, like the sin offering and the trespass offering. All the males of the priest shall eat it. It shall be an ordinance forever in your greatness concerning the Lord's burnt offerings. Everyone who touches them shall be sanctified. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the gift of Aaron and his sons, which they shall offer to the Lord on the day you anoint them. 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as daily grain offering, half of it in the morning and half of it in the evening. It shall be made in a frying pan with oil. When it is mixed, you shall bring it in. Baked pieces of the grain offering you shall offer a sweet aroma to the Lord. The anointed priest who takes his place from among his sons shall make it. It is an ordinance forever. It shall be wholly consumed, for every grain offering of a priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten. The law of sin offering. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, Now this is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the whole burnt offering is killed, they shall kill the sin offering for the Lord. It is most holy. The priest who offers it shall eat it. In a holy place it shall be eaten in the court of the tabernacle of testimony. Everyone who touches its flesh shall be sanctified, and if some of its blood might have been sprinkled on any garment, you shall wash that on which it was sprinkled in a holy place. But the earthen vessel in which it was boiled shall be broken, and if it is boiled in a bronze pot, it shall be stirred and rinsed in water. Every male among the priests shall eat it. It is most holy. But no sin offering whose blood may be been brought into the tabernacle of testimony to make atonement in the holy place shall be eaten. It shall be burnt in the fire. The law of the trespass offering. Now this is the law of the trespass offering of the ram. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the whole burnt offering, they shall kill the ram of trespass offering before the Lord, and its blood shall pour all around the base of the altar. He shall then offer from it all its fat tail, the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat above the entrails, the 2 kidneys, and the fat of them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys, he shall remove. Then the priest shall offer them the altar of burnt offering to the Lord. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests may eat these things. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. The trespass offering is like the sin offering. There is one law for them both. The priest who makes atonement with it shall have it. Now the priest who offers a man whole burnt offering shall have it for himself. The skin of the whole burnt offering he offered. Also every grain offering made in the oven, and all that is made on the grate or in a frying pan, shall be the priest's who offers it. Every grain offering, whether prepared with or without oil, shall belong to all the sons of Aaron, to as much as the other. To one as much as the other. The law of the peace offering. This is the law of the sacrifice of the peace offering, which he shall offer to the Lord. If you shall offer it for a thanksgiving, you shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving loaves of fine flour mixed with oil, unleavened cakes smeared with oil, fine flour kneaded with oil. Besides the unleavened loaves, he shall offer with his gifts leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offering. Then from all his gifts he shall offer one choice portion to the Lord. It shall belong to the priest who pours out the blood of the peace offering. The flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten in the same day it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until morning. Now if the sacrifice of his offering is a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day he offers the sacrifice, and on the next day the remainder of it may also be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. But if some of the flesh should be eaten on the third day, it shall not be accepted for him who offered it, nor shall it be imputed to him. It is a defilement. And the soul who eats from it shall bear guilt. The flesh that should touch any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire, but all clean flesh may be eaten. The soul who eats the flesh of the sacrifice of the peace offering, which is the Lord's, while he is unclean, that soul shall be utterly destroyed from among his people. Moreover, the soul who touches any unclean thing or some human uncleanness, or any unclean animal, or any abominable clean thing, and who eats some of the flesh of the sacrifice of the peace offering, which is the Lord's, that soul shall be utterly destroyed from among his people. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, You shall not eat any fat of oxen, sheep, or goats. Also the fat of an animal that dies naturally, and the fat of what is torn by wild beasts may be used in any other way, but you shall by no means eat it. For whoever eats the fat from the cattle which someone is going to offer to the Lord as a burnt offering, that soul shall be utterly destroyed from among his people. Moreover, you shall not eat any blood in any of your dwellings, whether of birds or cattle. Any soul who eats blood, that soul shall be utterly destroyed from among his people. Furthermore, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, He who offers the sacrifice of the peace offering to the Lord shall bring his gift to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offering. His own hand shall offer the burnt offerings to the Lord, the lobe of the liver, and the fat upon the beast. These he shall offer to place as gifts before the Lord. Then the priest shall offer the fat on. Then the priest shall offer the fat on the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons. Also the right thigh you shall give to the priest as a choice portion from the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron who offers the blood of the peace offering and the fat shall have the right thigh for his portion. For the breast from which the fat was offered and the thigh of the choice portion I took from the children of Israel, from the sacrifices of your peace offerings, and I give them to Aaron the priest and his sons from the children of Israel by an ordinance forever. This is the consecrated portion for Aaron and his sons from the burnt offerings of the Lord on the day he presented them to minister to the Lord as priests. The Lord commanded this to be given to them by the children of Israel on the day he anointed them by an ordinance forever throughout their generations. This is the law of the whole burnt offerings, the grain offering, the sin offering, the trespass offering, the consecrations, and the sacrifice of the peace offerings, in a manner the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai on the day he commanded the children of Israel to offer their gifts before the Lord in the Sinai desert. Woof! That was a long one. I think that was a long one, folks. Assembly, there may be probes. There's definitely lobes. I prefer my sheep rectum stew without semen. Where does your mind go, Jariah? Unbelievable. The American goodbye is complete. Nighty night, y'all. Have a good one, Dart. Thank you very much for all the donations. You know what I'm saying? Find trespass like to act against. Someone screwing livestock. God, like, knock that out. What? Where did you get that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But also bear in mind as well, like, we have this whole thing where, you know, I think about, even if we just look at medicine or the medical industry, like this whole thing about doctors washing their hands or making sure that they scrub extra well on their hands and all this kind of stuff, versus you know, like, you go back 100, 200 years ago, they didn't even have like these kind of standard procedures, like wearing gloves and all this stuff. Fuck, even just to prepare food nowadays, like they have to wear gloves and all that kind of stuff, you know. So there's always going to be you know, critiques in terms of like, oh well, like did that any of that say you have to wear gloves and all that kind of stuff. There's always going to be kind of like the cynical critic, so to speak. But when you think about it, like the fact that they're kind of saying, well, don't be drinking the blood, don't be eating the fat and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of like this whole thing of like borderline medical advice almost. You know what I mean? Or at least hygiene advice, you know? So again, it points to this aspect of being a knowledgeable peoples, so to speak, you know? God damn. I don't think I should overdo it today. Because like I said, I have the debate tomorrow. And I've just after realizing if I'm if I'm overreading on this, I'm gonna burn out my voice. And I'm gonna be like, oof. Damn it, I did not think this through, folks. Maybe I should have taken tonight off and then tried to do a double tried to force through in terms of tomorrow. I did not think this one through, boys. "2020 history vision." What can I say, man? Because like that's one thing that like it was even kind of like in like you get them in chat, you get them lefties are kind of rife with them and all this kind of stuff, like this like cynical like the cynical critic, you know, where it's like if you're going to give critique or like just even like feedback, right? Like it should be constructive. Like if you do something wrong and you say, "Oh, you're wrong and you're shit," like what am I supposed to do with that? Whereas if I'm to say you're wrong and here's where you're wrong, or here's where you're going wrong, and here's like the right way of doing things, you know, that's constructive feedback. I can do something with that. I can learn from that, you know? And a thing that I've noticed is there'll be this thing where like I don't even know like how to describe it, but like this like false inquisitiveness where they'll ask the question, but they're not actually willing to accept the answer that you give. You know? And I think in many respects, like the best way to handle that is to laugh. You know? And you're kind of like I was seeing a clip. It was from Speaker's Corner. But I don't know, I can't remember like who. It's all kind of like a blur from the amount of stuff that I've seen from Speaker's Corner, if you get me. But it was it was some guy, I think it might have been Bob who was interviewing him. But it was one of the regular boys was interviewing like I think it was like a tourist guy or a guy that basically saying that you hadn't been there in so long or and all this kind of stuff. And he was saying like 20 years ago, like from whenever that clip was from, maybe a bit more, maybe 25. He was basically saying that like back in those days, there wasn't this thing of like police being around and, you know, the old argy bargy pushing around and all this kind of stuff. Particularly with the whole kind of like atheist, like when an atheist would come by and all this kind of stuff. There was this sense of kind of like just smiling and just saying, yeah, if you think that's true, you know, I've given you the information, like I was kind of doing on the carnivore streams, where I'm kind of saying, it's like, listen, I'm giving you the information. It's up to you what you do with it. But like when you see this whole aspect of, well, you haven't given me a satisfactory answer. Like that's typically kind of like the response, and you're kind of seeing it with like Tyler tonight, where he's like, well, you know, that answer doesn't satisfy me. Or to act like that's not a satisfactory answer. Motherfucker, who made you the arbiter of truth? Who made you the arbiter of like satisfactory answers? You know? And it's this whole thing of, and I don't want to go too far off on a tangent, like analyzing that debate and all that. But when they do this whole like so much of like this postmodernist bullshit philosophy, like this whole thing of the brute facts. Like, how do you know brute facts are true? Or probably a better word to use would be meaningful. Like what has drawn you to have that as a meaningful position, or to take on that belief? Because one thing, and it's a difficult thing to adopt, is that it's like, if you ever notice you have a belief, but you don't have a justification, you don't have a reason to believe this is just a hunch, or it's just something that you are regurgitating, essentially. Because that's essentially where a lot of these unreasonable beliefs come from. If you aren't even willing to go in and kind of like investigate it, like catch yourself and say, wait, why do I believe this thing? And then you do a bit of research, you know? That's when you should kind of like get, and it's a difficult thing to do, because like one phenomenon that like I've kind of noticed is that like when people get confronted with a particular answer that goes against like the worldview they hold, or like the so-called like confident position that they have, like when one of their beliefs essentially just gets shattered, they get into this whole kind of like self-defense mechanism where they kind of like shut off. They're no longer like listening or anything like that. They kind of like, the best way to describe it's like they go into like a downward spiral, or like they kind of go into a roller coaster, and they're kind of like in panic mode and all this kind of stuff, you know? And it's a sad sight to see. Because when you look at like truth, like objective truth, why would you not want as much as that as possible? You know? Because if objective truth is reality, would you not want to live in reality? Well, actually, I think this is why there's a lot of these people, like the LGBT movement. I think that's why I say like you can't save everybody. Like these people that would say, well, morality is subjective. I think that like some of these people that will claim that morality is subjective, or morality is relative, they don't want to admit that morality is objective, because they can't live with themselves. They literally cannot live in reality anymore, because they've done so much like immoral shit that you know, to be confronted with that. Like, think of these chicks that have had, you know, 5, 6 abortions, and then put videos on the internet of them like dancing and celebrating it. You know? Fucking sad, man. And to tie it back, like this whole thing of like they'd rather live in the illusion. Because that's oof. That is hell on earth, bro. And I think that's the mentality like behind this whole like cynical criticism. We don't want to live in reality, you know? Jiraiya says, appreciate the stream. Appreciate you, Jiraiya. Debate versus religious indoctrination. Like your opponent doesn't want to talk. Well, like that's the ironic thing, Jiraiya. That's the ironic thing, isn't it? And I love hitting them with the question of like, what's the difference between dogma and axiom? Because you know they'd be awful like, oh, this religious dogma. I'm too smart for religious dogma. Then you flip it back on them and say, but doesn't science have axioms? And aren't axioms, you know, just taken to be true? And then dogma is also taken to be true. So when you sneer and jeer at religious dogma, that criticism can also be levied at science. Don't get me wrong. Like the laws of logic, like they're taken to be true. But if something is taken to be true and it seems to work, you know what I mean? Food for thought, so to speak, you know? Shout out to Jess for becoming a member. Welcome into the club, Jess. Enjoy the memes. Enjoy the gent memes. Enjoy the doggo memes. Enjoy the Pepe memes. Chilling. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? In my day, things were different. Times have changed. I mean, like, that's the thing. But you are starting to see, like I said, this whole thing of like, it doesn't seem like it's cool to be atheist anymore. So, like, edgy atheist and all this kind of shit. Seems like they're dwindling in numbers and rather quickly as well. You know, and that's why I think I've seen a lot of posts on X, bro, where they're genuinely scared of orthodoxy. Because I think that, like, you know, with the Protestants that do this whole thing, one sec, let me find the clip. Like, I think like a lot of atheists got like they were bigging up themselves because they were going against like these types of Protestants. You know? And they were laughing at it and all this kind of thing. You know, like the pastors that would be speaking in tongues and all this kind of stuff. And they say, oh, this is so ridiculous. And then the Orthodox show up. You know, like we got the Jim Bob clip.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
And like the Orthodox are also laughing at that stuff because it's like, what the fuck is this? You know? But then they kind of like, you know, realize, oh shit, like Orthodox are Christians and they're taking the piss out of these Protestants, speaking tongues and all this kind of crazy stuff. But then they tried to attack Orthodoxy. And like I said, you're going against the likes of Jim Bob, you're going against the likes of Jay Dyer, you're going against like all these like top level apologetics that actually have philosophy behind it, that actually make like coherent arguments that they don't seem to have a rebuttal for. You know? They're genuinely scared of orthodoxy, bro. You know? Food for thought, so to speak. Jess says, didn't realize my membership had expired. No worries, Jess. Like I said, we're always appreciated, never expected, you know? Like I said, I'd say like last year, I was like sweating. It was like, am I actually going to be able to like, make a living off this? And like, so far this year, it seems like, the dream could become a reality. Don't want to count my chickens and all this kind of stuff. But appreciate the support. You know what I mean? Life has changed 100%. Fight you versus the reality. But I mean, like, that's the thing as well. Dry, like I've noticed a common trend, and not just in terms of religion or not just in terms of like theological discussions, but in terms of political, and it almost feels like almost like every American that I meet at this stage, it's the same thing. It's just the ad hom fallacy. You know? Crazy how common that fallacy is. And I don't know, man. It's one of those things where you take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Kind of like mentality, where you all you can really do is you point out and say, "Listen, like you're attacking me, not my argument. Like, can you attack my argument?" And if they continue, just keep saying, "Well, you're a leprechaun, you know, you're Irish. You're not allowed to speak about American stuff." Okay, but my argument still stands, you know? That's why, like, reason, like, transcends the individual. Like, reason is not subjective, it is objective, you know? Well, sound reasoning, you know? And obviously, we've seen Pisco versus Ryan, and then the 10-hour slaughterfest from Rob. But even just in that initial argument he tried to portray, it makes you lose confidence in lawyers, bro. Because multiple different premises were not true. And not even that. Like, meaning if the premises are untrue, then it's not sound arguments, right? He shouldn't have even been mentioning soundness. He first should have been mentioned the validity, because there was other conclusions that could possibly have followed from those premises. You know, so the argument wasn't even valid, let alone sound. And you're kind of like looking at him, kind of going, "Bro, you're a lawyer. Like, you actually went to college, and you were supposedly learning about this. You know, it's crazy. It's actually crazy." You know, and that's another thing, like the criticism against Andrew. Oh, he just likes to beat up prostitutes online, you know? Nah, bro. Well over the majority of the chicks that he's debated on the Whatever podcast, they have their bachelors, they have their masters, like they're college educated. And he is wiping the floor with them. And it goes to show you, these people, they went into tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt to get this piece of paper that is useless. And to bring it back to the point we're talking about, there's a lot of people that don't want to have to deal with that. Because you've basically just wasted like thousands of dollars, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. On what? It's an uncomfortable truth. It's an uncomfortable reality, you know? But this is a huge problem that we see, and I think social media has exposed this. I don't think it's caused this. I think it's exposed this. Where people want to live other people's lives. They're not living their own life. They're not like actually critically sitting down and critically thinking, like, what do I actually want out of life? Do I want something noble, or do I want something, what's the word? Do I want something hedonistic? And people aren't actually able to delineate between the two. And I think that's a big problem. Like this whole like feminist lifestyle for women, like that's all hedonistic. And that's not going to get you far. That's not going to give you long-term happiness. Or probably a better way to phrase it, like that's not going to give you like long-term meaning, long-term purpose. If anything, it's going to erode your meaning, going to erode your purpose. And to think like if you had like a strong male role model in your life, sit you down like when you're 16, 17, 18 and saying, listen, you're getting into the big bad world out there. You're gonna have to confront this reality of like, do you want like long-term purpose, long-term meaning? Or are you just going to sit there and let life pass you by? Or even worse, like start to erode your meaning, to erode your purpose. Nihilism is a dark place. And it's very difficult to get out of. And this is why I keep saying, like, you can't save everybody. And it's sad, but like we said, that's just reality, you know? It's not even immorality, it's them covering for other people. Well, for me, like meaning and morality, like that's what you point, like that's why like I try to point it in terms of like the secular argumentation of like what is meaning, or to trying to give a direct kind of like aspect to morality. And when you look at like demoralization, you cannot have demoralization without moralization. Same way it's like you cannot have evil without having good. You cannot have hot without cold. If hot exists, then cold must exist. If evil exists, then good must exist. If demoralization exists, then moralization exists. And when you look into like moralization, what actually happens to the human psyche, what happens to the human themselves, it's a fundamental loss of meaning. Like they no longer value anything. They don't even want to wake up or get out of bed. They have no purpose. They have no drive. They have no want to live. And when you look at nihilism, when they say life is meaningless, but I'm just going to invent my own meaning. This is like when you look back at the old OG Jordan Peterson clips, you know, back when he was at his prime, boys, you know. He literally has to sit down talk with one of these postmodernist professors. And she goes, like, yeah, life is meaningless, but I just invent my own meaning. Like, what? It's a contradiction. And it gets back down to this thing of like questioning. It's like, why do you hold the belief that life is meaningless then? The fact that you're driven to then invent, quote unquote, invent your own meaning contradicts this whole nihilism mentality. Because you cannot say, well, if you just to take the premise of like life is meaningless, right? Well, is that statement meaningful? And when you look at like your wants, your needs, your desires, or whatever, like what you're attaching to that is some sort of meaning, some sort of value that you assign to that thing. You know? And that's why if you get rid of the value, if you get to the stage where you're at zero, nothingness, you will cease to live, you know? You'll end up deleting yourself, you know? Jack saying, I'm going to whoop on your team in Madden. Wait, what? Oh, he's going against the Patriots. See you, Jack. See you. Leave my Patriots alone. Appreciate you, Jack. Dry says, they're good people, just want to cover bases for other people. Well, I think that's because we've conflated nice and good. We think being a nice person means you're a good person. And I think this is, again, to use Andrew Wilson as an example, smoky man bad. Is Andrew a nice guy? Sometimes, you know, he can be not so nice. But sometimes it's not good to be nice all the time. It's like this whole aspect of everybody should be treated equal. Should we treat criminals the same way we treat victims? Should we treat intelligent people the same way we treat ignorant people? You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like being nice versus being good. There's plenty of good people that aren't fucking nice, but they're good people. Another way to explain it would be manners and morality. There can be unmannerly people, but they're good people. You know? Like every second word could be a swear word out of their mouth. You know, they spew profanity, all this kind of stuff. When push comes to shove, when the innocent are in danger, those people are the first person to the front line. Morality versus manners. They're not the same thing. Thanks, love these streams. I haven't read the Bible in 15 years. Hey, my man. But like I said, I'm going to be closing off in the next 30 minutes because, like I said, I want to make sure I get a good night's rest and all this kind of stuff for this World War debate. And again, don't ask me when it's coming out and all this kind of stuff. I have no clue. All I've been given is basically the time I need to be on the call for, the debate prompt, and the link, essentially, and some of the rules. But I think I'm going to dress up as a leprechaun for it, just for the lulz, you know? Might as well have a bit of fun with it, you know what I'm saying? Gelato number 33. What the fuck is going on, Jack? What is gelato number 33? Let me know. Nihilism is a plague. Yeah, it's a mind virus, man. It's literally a mind virus. And I think it's paradoxical. It's like a trap. Because if nihilism is the belief that life is meaningless, that life has no value, like, why would you value that belief? Like, it literally contradicts itself. Because to value that, because like again, not to get too trolly, but this is why I ask these questions, and people say that I'm trolling all this kind of stuff, but it's genuinely to try and instill in people, like, what does this actually mean? So what does meaning mean? You're pointing to value, right? So if meaning is value, why would you then value something that says there is no value? Why would you find meaning that life is meaningless? It's a divide by zero. That's why I point to the whole like mathematical aspect to it. Like, you can prove God with mathematics, like transcend language. Like, when you point to like supreme being, you're pointing to the number one. One multiplied by itself will always be one. One divided by itself will always be one. unchanging. Whereas if you look at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, any of those numbers that are above 1, you multiply it by itself, you will get a new number. So 2, for example, 2 multiplied by 2 will get you 4. It'll always produce a new number. 3 multiplied by 3 will get you a new number, 9. 4 multiplied by 4, 16. You'll always generate a new number. Then equally those numbers, 2 divided by 2 gets you back to 1. So the mere fact that you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you have to have number 1. You have to have that grounding. 3 divided by 3, 1. 4 divided by 4, 1. You know what I mean? But 1 is the only number where you multiply it by itself or you divide it by itself. It doesn't change. It's unchanging. You get me? Now, if we take the number 0, and this is why I like this whole thing of like, it's all nothingness, man. All this kind of shit. And the reason why I say it's like it's a trap or it's like a paradox, because like people will see the 0 times 0 equals 0. And I think like a lot of Buddhists kind of like do this whole thing of like, oh, it's all nothingness and all this kind of shit. They'll say like 0 times 0 equals 0. But then what happens when you divide 0 by 0? Is it 0? Because if it is, then 2 divided by 2 getting you to 1 makes no sense. Right? So it can't be 0. But then 0 divided by 0 equaling 1 also doesn't make sense. Because then it changes. You're no longer at 0, you're at 1. And then, okay, is it infinity then? Because you can divide 0 into 0 an infinite amount of times. But if it's infinity, then you'd have the eternal, and the eternal would be God. You know what I mean? That's why I say like nihilism is a divide by 0 error. You know, it makes no sense. How does it smell like in Ireland? Unbelievable. You see you, Jack? Here's me being profound and shit, and you're asking the goofy questions again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jack. Jess says, you keen for a conversation, Teriak? I got some time to join panel if you're up for it. I do know you usually like to do these streams alone, though. Yeah, like I said, like the new format is if I hit the goal, I open it up. I only have about 20 minutes left. Because like I said, I've got a debate coming up tomorrow, and I want to make sure that I'm 100% for it. I don't want to be taking. That's why I stopped reading. I noticed the voice is starting to go, and I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure I conserve the voice now and all this kind of stuff, you know. But appreciate you, like I said. If any of your streams are coming up, let me know. Send me a message in Discord. I'll try to pop by. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, but if you're around after VK, I usually do a chat and chill. And I just automatically open it up. Other than that, it would just be like the Wheel of Madnesses, but that was yesterday, unfortunately. But yeah, like I said, man. Sure, whenever you're around next anyways, so if you're doing an open panel or if they're, you know, if Kieran or whoever else is doing an open panel and you're there, whatever, let me know. Jack says, what does it smell like in Ireland? Yeah, see, you knew you fucked up in that question. You know, what does it smell like in Ireland? Unbelievable. We got Sheldon coming on with the shamrocks, the black and green shamrocks. Sorry, no, the shamrock and the 4-leaf clovers. Hey, you know, it's a strain. Wait, what's a strain? What you talking about, Willis? The 4-leaf clovers, my man. Nihilism only exists to infect other people with itself. But it's like the radical skepticism. That's another one of these ideologies. That's like, I call them like divide by 0 errors, you know. Like if you're like, if you say, oh yeah, like I believe in radical skepticism, a certain truth is unknown. Like the Agrippa's trilemma, for example, you know, or like the critical theory philosophies, or the deconstructionists, you know. Oftentimes, if you turn the philosophy in and of itself, you know, like imagine like this is like a negative light shining at you, okay? Like a laser is like shining at you and it's burning you, right? In this case, we're talking about like radical skepticism. If you hold up a mirror to this and ask the questions like, well, if you're a radical skeptic, why are you not radically skeptical of radical skepticism? Their brain explodes. Because then they're forced to admit, oh shit, I'm actually taking radical skepticism as the dogma. I'm just taking it on face value and just saying this must be true. But I'm not going to be skeptical of my radical skepticism. See what I'm saying? It's a self-refutation. Same thing with nihilism. If the belief is that there is no value in anything, that everything is valueless, then why should I value that belief? Why should I find meaning in that belief? You know? Sheldon knows what I'm talking about. No, he doesn't, Jack. Throw up you tick. See you, Jack. Oh, okay, I get you. He's doing the L420. He's trying to rep Darth. He's like, Darth needs some representation. He's gone to bed. Got to represent the boys, you know? Trust me, fellas. Get off that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm like a huge proponent of cannabis. Like, I think it should be legalized, all this kind of stuff, but like not every day, man. You know? Like if you're, you know, it's a celebration or whatever, you know, you're at your debate con or whatever, yeah. Like I'm not gonna be like chewing the ear off you that you're smoking or whatever. But if it's every day, or if it becomes a ritual and it's too common, you know? Too much of one thing, never a good thing, man. You know? Because there is that whole kind of thing of like escapism. And would you rather not be in a state where, like, say that it's like, oh, like I smoke cannabis because it kind of slows down the thinking process and I can think kind of like more deeper about a particular thing and all this kind of stuff, or it kind of gives me all this creativity and all this kind of stuff. Would you not want to become like, would you not want your sober mind to become like that, or try and work towards that from your sober mind? You know? Like, think of the movie, what was it called? Limitless. You know, at the end, with like Robert De Niro, and he predicts the car crash, and he kind of says, like, yeah, you might have rated all these things, but I was able to wean myself off it, and I actually think at this level naturally. You know what I mean? Food for thought. Food for thought, so to speak, you know? Ireland smells like shamrocks and rainbows. And a pot of gold. Over the rainbow. In the mystical land of Ireland, in Erin's Isle. Black hole, it's the absence of life or thought. That's another good kind of image to use. It's a trap. It's like it's the whole like misery loves company. this thing that just sucks the life out of everything else, you know? That's what nihilism is. That's what radical skepticism is. The whole postmodernism thing, you know? The absence of light that makes, if that makes sense. Fair point. It's like, think about this whole aspect of light. Without light, things can't grow. Plants can't grow without light. You know? Jack coming in saying, that's why I take breaks and sometimes not every day. I just need it for sleep at the moment. Once I get in shape, I'm a stop. Well, that's the thing. Like, if you ever, because like that was like me at one stage. Like when I was at that stage where I was smoking every day, I was like, yeah, no, I kind of need it. I need it for the creativity and all this kind of shit. And oftentimes that's a false belief. You know? But I think the stuff that like was mentioned in the like when we're doing the carnivore videos, Jack, like the whole like not being able to sleep, and I understand in terms of like when you're in the situation, when you've dug yourself into the hole, like, well, this is literally the only thing that will work for me at the moment. You know what I mean? And I get that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to poo-poo that or anything like that. But like a lot of kind of like these things that we kind of take for granted or kind of just assume to be just part of life, or this is just my genetics, or I was just dealt a bad hand, like these ailments. And like another thing as well is like a lot of people don't even realize like what would be the terminology for it. They don't even realize the negatives that they currently have, you know? That's kind of like the most surprising thing about like switching up your diet and getting like to that place where you like, not to go too biblical, but like promised land, like when you get to the promised land and you take a look back of like what things were like, kind of like, holy shit, you know? Kind of like when you ate the McDonald's and you were like, oh my god, man, like this was like, it was so painful. Like my stomach was all bloated, you know, I had like the gut pains and the pain in my stomach and all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, like that, you were basically going through that the whole time, that like back when you were just kind of like getting the McDonald's each day or the fast food every day and all this kind of stuff. Like you were going through that on the daily. But you didn't realize it because your body like had the coping mechanism. But like that damage that you were feeling, like that damage was being done, your body was just able to compensate in terms of just like not letting you experience the pain, like covering up the pain, you know? And like, trust me, Jack, I was in that place as well, bro. Like in terms of like the gut problems and all that stuff. I remember I ate Chinese, and it felt like I ate glass, like that there was glass in my gut being pulled through my gut. Like I couldn't sit down. I tried to lie down. Like it was literally, bro. Man, it was unbearable, you know? But like I said, like, boy, you're kind of like, you're thankful for where you're at the moment. And to use kind of like the more kind of like political or just kind of like the social example, that's why I showed people the video of, you know, like people who will black pill and say, oh, we're never going to make it. And oh, would you look at what they're saying on the mainstream media now and all these kind of stuff. Like, might as well do it because we only have 10 minutes left as well. Like, a lot of people like will blackpill and say, oh, things are so bad now and all this kind of stuff. But especially like when they rage against Piers Morgan, it's like, can you believe the guest that he had on? Yeah, I think this is it. Is it? Is this the clip? Oh yeah, it's our boy. It's our boy Jesse Lee Pearson, folks. Okay, it's our boy Jesse Lee Pearson, the one and only, the one and only.
Amazing.
You know what I'm saying? So this is what it was like in. Okay, it was only uploaded 4 years ago, but this was like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. This is what like the mainstream media was like.
The KKK was an evil organization, just like Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is a far-left, liberal, radical, agitative organization founded by a bunch of black lesbians and homosexuals and
Mr. Peterson,
radical
I suggest you give...
Okay, wait a minute.
No. Like, was he vulgar? Did he use bad language? Was he being insulting? No. It was founded by Marxist lesbians. That's who founded Black Lives Matter. He is being factual as he possibly can be.
Wait a minute. Mr. Peterson, you're now descending into extremely unpleasant and frankly vile rhetoric. And I don't know why you think this is appropriate to say this on national television, but
What? Hold up. Wait a second. Something ain't right.
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
How is that vile rhetoric? Truth is vile rhetoric now? What the fuck is going on? Unpleasant, vile rhetoric. Let's just play it back again. What is he saying that's vile?
It was an evil organization, just like Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is a far-left, liberal, radical, agitative organization founded by a bunch of black lesbians and homosexuals and
Mr. Peterson,
radical
I suggest you give...
Okay, wait a minute. Mr. Peterson, you're now descending into extremely unpleasant and frankly vile rhetoric. And I don't know why you think this is appropriate to say this on national television, but what you just said is completely unacceptable. Well, we would get a response from him, but we cut his microphone because he was spewing such unpleasant stuff. So, you know, we don't mind having a proper debate about this when it descends into rampant homophobia. You don't get to say any more on this program. You get your mic removed. So, Trish.
Now, to anybody who's blackpilling, right now, that's where we were a decade ago. Where we're at now is clearly a much better place. 10 years ago, probably like 8 or 9 years ago, is when it started to explode and all this kind of stuff. Like, you were seeing people, like anybody who had even a moderately right-wing take on things, they were getting booted off Twitter. They were getting booted off Facebook. You know what I mean? Fuck, even some of the like, I guess they'd call themselves like the classical liberals, or like the liberals that weren't socialist. Like, J.K. Rowling was getting kicked because even the feminists that like didn't want to go along with the trans movement, they were getting kicked. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Poo-poo legit needed solid bowel movements. Poo-poo solid turds regularly. Appreciate you, Jirai. That's saying, is the EU doing what the EU does? What can I say, man? Like, to explain what has happened in Ireland, with the EU Migration Pact. It is infuriating. Infuriating, right? Because countries like Poland, Hungary, like they're basically forced into it. They're still not going along with it, even though like in the pact or whatever, like they from like previous agreements, they basically are supposed to be locked into this, that they should be taking migrants and all this kind of stuff. But like Polish basically told them to go fuck themselves. All right. Ireland was not one of the countries that was like designated that they have to do it, but we signed up anyway. And what this pact basically means is the Irish government doesn't decide who comes in and who doesn't come in anymore. The EU decides how many migrants we have to take. And they signed up for it voluntarily, against the will of the Irish people. It is unbelievable. And like, this is why I keep trying to, I've been saying it for years at this stage. Ireland no longer has sovereignty. Like, Ireland is not being represented. Like, the Irish people are not being represented. And these traitorous bastards have sold us out to these demons. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like I said, Ragnarok is coming, as they say. Cool, not censored on here. Telling you, man, telling you. Speak your mind, ladies and gentlemen. Dry says, if B heart is important, IFIB heart is important. Not sure what you mean. Jack says, 84-24. Why your team suck? Lol, JK, I get all that. I thought that before. That's why I've been taking breaks more often. Save yourself some money. Also, reduce the tolerance, all this kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm not kind of coming at this from it's like you have to now be perfect and you give up weed for the rest of your life and you ever smoke again, you're a piece of shit, all this kind of stuff. Like I said, I understand like it's an annual event. You know what I mean? You want to like chill it back with the boys, all this kind of stuff. Take a few puffs. You know? But and this gets brought up like anytime I do like the cannabis should be legalized or like those type of debates. And when my opponent brings up, it's like, yeah, but like look at the culture. Look at what people are doing with it now. Like they're smoking every single day of the fucking week. You know what I mean? They're sitting on the couch all day and fucking eating Cheetos and getting high and all this kind of stuff. I don't want to see that. You know? Same way like alcohol, I don't want to see everybody like people drinking every single day of the week. You know? Or drinking just to get through their day and all this kind of thing. You know? But like I said, man, I think we're genuinely moving in a positive direction, you know? Blue Akataka says, the guy has a show called Uncensored and he clutches his pearls saying you can't say that on television. No, this is from when he was back on Good Morning Britain. This is like 10, 12 years ago. That's why like I showed this. Like this was like a decade ago. Now when you look at it, like you look at like what Piers is saying, you have people saying all sorts of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck the Jews. Or, you know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. Frankly, vile rhetoric. Oh my God, how dare you? You know? He censors his show Uncensored too. Ah, yeah. There is a thing where like people go too far and all this kind of stuff. But, I don't know, man. Like, it's difficult. Like it just genuinely is difficult to give Pierce any credit because he's kind of like one of these people like David Pacman is a perfect example of this. Like he has that kind of like democracy spirit, like what Plato talks about with the degradation of the soul. Like the 5 stages, like first being aristocracy, meaning like reason above all. Then like the second lowest level is democracy, and then the lowest level is the tyrant. And democracy's like the argument from like a person with the soul of a democracy or a democrat would be, well, what does the polls say? And like these people just move with whatever way the wind's blowing, you know? And I'd even argue, it's like, are these people even people? Do they even think? Because if you're telling me that, like, well, what do the polls say, or I'm a polls kind of guy, like, you're effectively telling me it's like, I don't have an opinion. I just regurgitate what the masses say. I'm just going to give you the popular opinion. At that point, like, I'm basically saying, it's like, well, what's the point of having a conversation with you? I can look up the polls myself and I'll know exactly what you're about to say. You know? And the Irish burning down HMOs. Listen. You can't accommodate them if there's no accommodation. Quick maths. You know what I mean? Fibrillation of the heart, where your top part of your heart's not working right. Good to know. Good to know. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but I think maybe in terms of like what we're talking about, like with the sleep deprivation, struggling to sleep and all that kind of stuff, maybe. Welcome in, eh? Welcome in. We're about to wrap up. Wait, are you finished your show? I was going to raid into you. Incroyable. Incroyable. Damn. Damn, Daniel. Where'd you find these? Is there anyone live at the moment, actually? Rob's not even live either. Oh, mon Dieu. Well, folks, we got no one to raid into. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's people. Enough is enough. Well, man, like I said, how are we supposed to accommodate them if the accommodation gets burnt down because of global warming? You know? And I mean global warming in inverted commas, you know? Welcome in, eh? Welcome in. But chat, get your questions in. We're wrapping up. Like I said, gonna have an early night. Make sure I'm like a spring chicken. This debate tomorrow on World War Debate. Shall I give you a hint? Shall I give you a taste? So, like, the debate prompt is feminism is not helping modern relationships. Sorry, debate prompt is feminism is helping modern relationships, and I'm against, right? I'm against the motion. And it's diabolical. And when I say diabolical, what I mean is I'm going to be playing the adversary. I'm going to be playing into, like, the Satan character, or the villain. You know what I'm saying? Because as I keep telling you,
Every fairy tale needs a good old-fashioned villain.
Every fairy tale needs a good old-fashioned villain. And feminism is a fucking fairy tale, I can tell you that. You know? Like, holy shit. But I am hoping my opponent goes down the line of, but my opponent is just a piece of shit misogynist, you know? He has mahogany, you know? Like, I'm genuinely hoping that he's like sitting there going,
That is mahogany.
and then, because like I said, I'm going to do the whole, like,
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
lads, women should be seen, not heard. You know? Like, so I want to play into that. But what I'm going to do is, if he does, and because he's the affirmative, he's going to be going first anyway. So I'll know by the time I'm reading my opening. But I'm going to do the whole Uno reverse card and say, well, as a misogynist, I actually want feminism. Because when you look at the argument that I've made, like, I just like treat women as an object or a means to an end. So keep doing what you're doing, ladies. You're playing right into my hand, you know? We got Gerard for the $2. Thank you very kindly, sir. It says, question, is your mom available next Tuesday? I actually don't have a mom. I'm a test tube baby. Fun fact, you know? That's why I was actually born with Tylenol. You know, it was like a Tylenol experimentation. You know? Appreciate you, Gerard. But yeah, like that, and like this is I've had this argument planned, but I never got to pull the trigger. Actually, no. Did I pull the trigger on this? Oh, I did. I had to rage quit. If you look back on my channel, you'll see I had a debate on feminism, and within 15 minutes of the debate, our opponents rage quit. So, like I said, boys, this one is going to be diabolical. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful, you know. And like I said, I have that whole trigger that, because looking at like my argument, kind of going, bro, this guy has no out here. Then I was thinking, fuck, if I play into this whole thing of like trying to big up marriage and all this kind of stuff, he's going to do the whole thing of, yeah, you want to lock women up in cages and you just want to treat them like objects and all this kind of stuff. And that's why you're against feminism, because you're afraid of a woman's sexuality and all this kind of shit. If he goes down that line, he is walking straight into my trap. Because I'm like, nah, bro, if I was a misogynist, because like think about the two aspects here, and I kind of mentioned this before when I was reviewing when Andrew went against the black chick feminist last. I think it's a fairly recent video on the Crucible if you want to check that out. I was saying it's like we need to have like a three-way pause like a debate where it's like Andrew's on one side, I'm on the other side, right? And like she's the feminist, and like just to show her, it's like, here's what Andrew's offering you. Andrew's offering you like a loving father, like that archetype, and then I do the whole like pimp archetype. I'm like, which one do you want, lady? Because I can guarantee you, a loving father actually cares about his woman, wants to protect her, like will do anything for his kids, you know what I mean, to get them on a better life and all this kind of stuff, versus a pimp who just treats you as an object. You're a sexual object. Sexually objectify you. Or Elon Musk, all you are is a womb to me. How degrading is that? You know? So, I'm hoping he does the whole, you're just against feminists because you're a misogynist. And for me to say, actually, no, as a misogynist, I want feminism. I want these chicks to be doing it. Because think about it, man, the hormonal birth pills and the fact that they're on antidepressants. Bro, it's like taking candy from a baby. What are you talking about? This is going to be bellissimo. This is going to be bellissimo. And like I said, I have the whole argument kind of like outlined. 4 main points, 4 things that all feminists push for. And just even like a key, I've got even like the rebuttal questions that I have as well. It's like, why would a woman actually want to go into a relationship when she's got OnlyFans, when she's got like millionaires hitting her up I'll fly you out to Miami, all this kind of stuff. I'm my own independent woman. I don't need no man. This motherfucker lost the debate as soon as he accepted the prompt. But the one thing I'm worried about is its audience voting. You know? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Take your Tylenol, folks. Test tube. Terry, good American accent. Thank you very kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. Imp archetype. No, pimp. P-I-M-P. But folks, Like I said, we've reached the end of the show. Like I said, I gotta have an early one tonight. And let me just give it one quick refresh if there's anyone else live. Nope. So, folks, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, okay? We are going to be wrapping up. Appreciate all the donations. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Like I said, keep an eye out for... But I can't stream it tomorrow and all this kind of stuff. But keep an eye out either on the World War Debate channel. Actually, let me just double check if because Marte's one was pretty early. And I don't know if they've released them yet. So, World Debate. I think JS has already done his. Yeah, so I think that they're going to do all the recordings and then they'll do the voting ones. But anyways, just keep an eye on the Discord. I'll be putting it out on the Discord, the X, like any of the links to the voting and all this kind of stuff, just to even on the streams. Like, guys, fucking, vote for me, all this kind of shit. But I wish they had like a judge thing, but I can understand with the judges they can be biased and all that kind of thing. Very difficult to do. But even just see, I'm already getting tired. But even just from the aspect, just be quicker if like right there and then the judges could be like, think about like the American Idol or whatever, like they just hit the button and say, yeah, you're through to the next round and all this kind of shit. It'd just be a lot more streamlined rather than having to get people to go to a poll and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, 100%, boys, 100%. Good night to everybody. Appreciate your kindness. Like I said, folks, I end the show the exact same way as I do always. To the American fans, to American audience, I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I might not see you motherfuckers tomorrow. Because like I said, depending on what way the World War Debate goes and all this kind of thing, we'll see. We'll see. But I'll definitely see you either on VK or after VK. See you motherfuckers later, baby!
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views. And somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.